Okay, so
So who's your concierge? Who do you leave in charge when you go
yeah,
off? Like as you
did
get
you
Remember those bandits that I talked to at the very beginning?
that lady, that girl?
That lady?
Yeah.
She makes a great secretary.
No, Avalon, the
Secretary?
bandit, she just protects. You bought basically your protection from her, so your
Hey,
caravans will not
business is
be
business.
raided by your business will not be raided by bandits thanks to that. Your actual chamberlain is Oberon.
Who's Oberon? I don't remember this.
OP
I
Chamberlain.
think I don't know, but it says here on my guide to Amara. So okay,
I
so
didn't know that.
all right, so let's go for the month that you were gone. Go ahead and roll a D100.
Oh, D100, huh?
Yes.
Just a moment, gotta make sure I get the dice that's not damaged.
All right.
Hey,
Sorry
It's
about
actually warped a little bit. So it wouldn't roll properly if I used it. That would be a whopping 37.
37. Okay, so you made a little bit of you made a little bit of money, and so you only need to pay, but you didn't break even for the month, so you have to pay 25 gold pieces. Normally it's 50 gold pieces, so you made a little bit to cover that. So go ahead and mark off 25 gold pieces. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say? Oh, yeah, 37, right? Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. You almost broke even. You were so close.
Somebody spent too much on the donut party.
Yeah. The year's end party.
I don't know how they spent 25 gold worth of donuts, but they did.
They had a lot of parties over.
Well, they didn't have your charming demeanor bartering down the price of donuts for buying in bulk.
They just figured they had to party hard because the owner got sent to prison.
Yeah. Oberon loves a party. If there's one thing I know about Oberon, he's a big party animal.
Okay, so that was the month of.
More than I know about him.
Okay, that was the month of early spring. So let's roll for mid-spring.
Midsummer.
In this case, would you spend your downtime working there?
Yes and no. I needed to make contacts and make money. That was my goal. That was it.
Okay, so how many work weeks did you spend actively overseeing your business?
Probably would have split it pretty evenly.
Okay, so 2 weeks.
I mean, there was only 2 weeks, right?
There's 4 weeks in each month, 2 months.
8 weeks.
So you can spend up to 8 weeks. You have 8 weeks of downtime to spend. So do you want to do 4 of that, like half in one?
Four of that would be at the work, and then 2 of them would be carousing, probably.
Okay, so every other week you're there overseeing stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you add 10 to this roll. So go ahead and actually... Oh, this is how I worked it on. Avalon's protection adds you a +3 bonus. So go ahead and roll a D100 plus 13 for mid-spring.
I don't like that number. Oh, can I re-roll that? That's the damage dice.
The damage dice?
Yeah, you can't tell, but there's a notch on that side. It's warped completely on this side, so it tends to... whatever.
Roll low.
You know, if I didn't even tell you about it, it wouldn't have mattered. You know what's funny? I rolled the exact same number.
Okay, it was meant to be. So what's the number plus 13?
A whopping 30.
30? Ooh, okay.
Ruh-roh.
So if you didn't have a shady business, then it would be a bad month. But because it was shady, a bunch of your boys got busted, and they got like the nobles and stuff were in on your they were alerted to your criminal activity. Luckily you blew things down, but because of the bribes and everything that you had to do to make sure that your business stayed in function and the nobles didn't shut it down entirely, you lost 75 gold pieces.
Oof.
$75 and 25 gold pieces. I have 8 gold to my name.
Oh no.
Neat. Grub state.
Yep. If you would have, if you had, yeah, if you're shady, you've got like a range of success, and because it's a shady business, that range tightens a little bit, so that if you roll, you can roll lower and still get a super good month, but if you roll at a greater range for things going badly as well. So, okay, you want to work the whole month this time just because the business is...
I thought you told me that... Wait, I'm confused. You said I had 8 weeks, so I told you that I was going to use 4 of those?
But this is what happened after mid-spring. This bad month happened in mid-spring, and so would that change your plans? Like, would you, for late spring, would you...
make up for it?
No, I was only going to spend 2 weeks carousing, is what I said.
Okay, so that was the mid-spring.
For some reason I was thinking 6, not 8.
Okay, so for... Oh, okay, so the last month you'd work 4 weeks, right?
Out of all the time, I'm only spending 2 weeks carousing. The rest of it was working.
Got it. Okay, so this time, add 23 to the roll. D100, add 23. The odds are very in your favor that this will be a better month since you add 23 to it.
We'll find out.
That's what they say.
My digital dice
to be bad, but
that's the first thing
I
they
use my digital dice because they're nicer to me.
Every table.
Or I can get
and then they offer you a buffet.
or I can get a 12 plus 23, so 35.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Not terrible.
Never take the free room.
Okay, so
I rolled 37, 30, and 35.
Oh, not good. Like your business kind of suffered from you being gone for that long, and you had just established it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to fire Oberon. He doesn't seem to be the greatest Chamberlain.
Oh man.
But again, you had to pay. You didn't quite break even, so you have to pay 25 gold pieces.
Oof.
And you might need to, if you have 8 gold pieces to your name, you might have to...
I have
you gotta borrow money.
I need to go sell off.
You gotta borrow money from Oberon.
You can take a loan from the Valiant Allies if you want.
No, I will not be taking a loan.
Okay. Bran will not be taking that. Huh?
How about a painting? I'm joking.
Ironically, Oberon is showing up to work every day just covered in gold rings.
Maybe we should...
fancy gems. Oberon seems to be
maybe
doing quite well for
roll
himself.
For your carousing first to see if you get a contact that can bail you out of this.
I already have some contacts that I could use, but
I mean, you can use that.
I can't carouse for the last 2 weeks as I have no money, so I would probably spend the last 2 weeks working again.
Well, the 2 weeks would probably be in the previous month because you'd...
Wait, why?
Because in that month you did plus 13, and so that means that the 2 weeks you did carousing. When did you want to do this? Okay, see,
I was saying I was doing the last 2 weeks as carousing.
Okay, so these were flip-flop then. So you just barely had the really bad month, and then the one before that, the 2 before that were...
So since I don't have any money to go carousing, I can't.
Okay, so instead, well, here's the thing: you account for everything at the end of the month, and so you might be in debt.
What?
Yeah, you count. You basically run your bottom line of your business at the end of each month.
It's like spread over the.
Well, that changes things completely.
So I guess you don't know that you're out of money yet.
I mean, that still changes things completely for me. My plan, because I didn't know that that's how that worked.
Just walking into places like put on my tab.
Yeah, I mean, we can just say that you're in debt. Like, it's not like if you run out of money, you're just like, you have credit in certain places in the town and stuff like that. It's not like you have a certain number of pennies in a piggy bank, and when you're out, you're like, oh no, now I have to go live on the streets or whatever.
That's how Jasper operates. That wouldn't be how Bran operates.
Yeah, like, you've got credit, you got contacts. You could spend a contact point to bail you out of this if you want. Do you want to spend?
No, I'll just go to jail for being in debt.
You've been in jail long enough, and it's not as nice and hard jail. I'll tell you, this is what contact points are for. I'll tell you, like, if you want a contact point, I'll let you re-roll the business check if you want, because, you know.
No,
like,
we can just move on.
Try and turn
Told
things
you my
around
decision.
at the last minute.
Okay, well, what are you doing for the last 2 weeks then? Carousing? Because you thought you had the money?
Probably not.
Okay, what would you do then?
You could do 2 more business checks.
I'll have to think on that.
Okay, I mean, you could just add 10. You could just work in your business the entire time and add 10 to that one roll. That'll save you a little bit of money. Anyway, you can think it over. But now that Scott is back, do you guys want to roleplay one of your encounters?
Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you want to do Dakren's family? Because Scott Hargus came along to Dakren's family, huh?
Yeah, and that's the first one that you did on your trip down through Western Amara. So canonically, I guess that's the one that would happen first if you want to do that one.
I know you gotta go. Sorry, y'all.
That's okay.
Parenting.
It happens.
He started his job today, so
oh man,
he just came in.
Exciting.
Of course, now he's off to spend it. So
I remember those days. Make money, you spend money. That's how it worked.
That's right.
You don't need it for anything later. I mean,
yeah, why wouldn't you want to save any of it? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when your car's sitting in the driveway waiting for Daddy to work on it.
Exactly.
So, I'm off this week, by the way, and that's one of the things I'm doing.
Fixing the car.
Now, what was the question? Sorry, my distraction just walked out the door.
No.
So you and Jasper, during your downtime last month, went on a trip around Western Amara, and you made 3 visits of note. You visited the mother of Dakren to give her like I guess
stipend.
Were you going to? So Lamont and Barnicott said that because Dakren wasn't dead yet, they weren't quite sure whether to give her the funeral money yet. It's kind of a weird situation, obviously. But what did you say? I can't remember if you just wanted to.
They had said that they were going to give her an ongoing stipend based on what he had vested with them. I think we were going to hold on to the cash that we got from him if that was in our keeping and see if they wanted it directly.
Separate?
Yeah, just if they wanted Dakren's, trust fund directly, then we would just give it to him. Or if they wanted us to deposit it with the Valiant Allies to hold and release periodically, then we could do it that way. Basically just letting them, maybe they don't want to have a small fortune in their little place and they'd rather get, a monthly check, so that they're not kind of like sitting there. Huh?
Generous uncles.
And that's what Barney assumed, but you want to give it. You just want to offer it to her anyway, and
yeah,
is that what you were
we'll let them make the decision on that.
Okay.
Maybe she wants to buy the neighboring farm and increase productivity and expand her little section of orchard. I don't know. She what kind of business tycoon Dakren's mom is. Maybe she's maybe she's like just killing it down there in in Morn Blossom, just like raking it in. I don't know. So we'll see.
Okay. So yeah, do you want to do that?
Yeah, that sounds good. And then Hargus, you were going to come with me to talk to Dakren's family, and
Yes.
I guess afterwards, Hargus, as we're on the road making our way down, do you want to come with me to visit Chester's family as well? Chester's that halfling who saved us from the pods. I realized we never actually went and looked after his family or anything to see that they were all right. I felt kind of bad about that, so I thought we might do that.
Absolutely.
All right.
I would much rather roam the countryside than be stewing in a pot somewhere.
Very good, very good. All right, and then we'll.
I brought it with me.
Did Chester's
yeah.
You say
family live?
you don't like hot tubs?
I brought it
or
with
like
me.
bathhouses? Or...
Yeah.
Oh no, those are fine enough.
Whiteford?
But they're even better if you're on the road and you come upon one.
I think for our purposes, it might make sense to say they lived in White Fork. That Chester had gone to White Fork to be kind of the valiant ally point of contact there, and just kind of starting the foothold there in White Fork, and that's why he was the one coordinating that effort to go help the general look for his kids after that.
Okay, we could play that instead, since technically White Fork is on the way to Swanbow. And so you probably,
Kind of
I
bounce
don't know
over.
if you wanted to stop there first or after you talk to Dakren's mother, but they're on the same path. So we have about 15 minutes till the normal starting time. So I think we should probably only do one. Which one do you want to go through?
Let's do Dakren's family first. I imagine them going there directly, and then
Okay.
curving back over the river to get to the other side.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, so yeah, you spend a couple days looking at the map to make the familiar journey southward on the road. You don't meet any problems with bandits or anything. It takes you about a week or so to get to White Fork, and then Swanbow is just about 15 miles away. So it's a just kind of a half day's journey the next day. But you enter Swanbow, which is Dakren's hometown, and I'm not sure if either of you have been here before, but
No.
it's a beautiful lakeside community, pretty small. You see you pass kind of a lord's manor on the way there. That's kind of a big stone building, but everything else is in just little cute wooden cottages. It's a nice little place, and you see lots of children running around. It's a nice little family community. There's also a huge lake, about 10 miles in diameter, really big lake, and you see lots of fishing boats on it. And there's a dense forest kind of surrounding the lake as well. And so as you guys are getting there, it looks like this would be a really nice place to like camp and hunt and fish and spend your down. So this looks like a nice place. You kind of follow the directions that Barney gave you, but none of the houses have like numbers on them. And you kind of look around and all the houses kind of look the same. You're not sure where she might live from here on. Like you look at the instructions and this is about as far as you can go. So what would you guys like to do?
Well, as we're riding into town, Jasper is on top of a giant elk, which he randomly rolled from the bag of tricks for that morning. So he's just riding a giant elk for the day, and that rolled a 43 on the percentile die. So Dustin,
how does that fare with the curse?
I believe I can guess that one, the 43 on the percentile die for my cursed bag turned out okay.
43? When
Yeah.
was this? At the end of 2 months?
No, 43 for my bag of tricks. And a giant elk came out of the bag of tricks, and I rolled a 43 for it.
Right. No, I need to know when did
Army.
this happen?
Oh, this morning.
This probably sounds awesome.
Yeah, this morning.
Right?
Yeah,
Is this during the is this
not
during
quite
the
at the very
downtime?
end. This would be about halfway through. This would be about
Halfway through. The first
halfway
month.
through. Yeah, halfway through the first month.
Only
Yeah,
been like 2 weeks.
yeah. We've got like 4
Been
weeks
2
left.
weeks since the trial?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I need to know.
Well, if we see anybody out of their
43's fine.
cottages or anything,
Okay.
farmers, whatever.
So yeah, the gigantic elk, which is like, I mean, it's
Pretty
like,
big, large creature.
It's really big. It's a
Right.
huge creature. So it's like an elk the size of an elephant, basically. Huge rack of antlers that just extends out over the trees almost. And you are
with Mon attacks.
He just walked out.
a bunch of like humans in like just with like clubs and spears kind of rush up and just sort of watch you pass by, and when they see a little gnome riding it,
Hello,
Hargus,
friend.
are you riding it too, or do you have your goat cart?
I'm on the goat cart.
All right, so yeah,
I'll keep it
giant
next.
elk,
Yeah, right behind the
the
cart.
biggest elk anyone's ever seen coming through here, and then a cart pulled by big goats just coming back. Everybody's just kind of lying in the streets watching you. It appears that the town militia has kind of, they were startled by seeing this giant monstrous animal walking through their town, but they see now that it's like not causing any trouble or whatever, and they're all just sort of talking to themselves, watching you as you come.
Probably looks even bigger with a gnome riding on the back of it.
Yeah.
As we ride along, and Hargus and I have been talking, I assume that the 2 badgers that came out of the bag as well, I assume that we had to kill them as soon as they manifested, because I rolled a 3 and a 4 in a row for the 2 badgers that came out of the bag afterwards. So I think I assume that they were insane and we had to kill them after that. Is that accurate? A 3
You
and a
rolled
4?
a 3 and a 4 on the percentile dice?
Yeah, for the giant badgers.
Those were probably
Yeah.
right?
I assume they tried to murder us.
Well, actually, hold on, I gotta roll something.
Oh gosh.
Ooh, that's not good.
With that bit bitey.
Yeah.
I had a dog like that.
I think they're quite bitey.
We'll have
yeah.
to resolve that combat later.
Since it's kind of incidental
It's not a
downtime.
badger that spawns.
What? Oh my gosh! What were they? Oh my gosh! So this changes the whole bag of tricks. All right, I guess that becomes very important. I thought it would be sort of a throwaway kind of thing, but if what spawns changes with the season,
Spawn too.
Just the nature of the curse. A bit.
okay.
Because it's just a gray bag of tricks.
Apparently, it's not
Yeah.
just a gray.
Well, we can just go with that. It's more simple than what I did. I mean, we don't want him fighting the CR8 creature right now.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. It's a gray bag of tricks, but there's a chance.
Basically, what I rolled indicated that the bag exploded, and then this thing came out.
Wow. All right. Well.
just to consume it. But no, ignore that.
Okay, that doesn't happen this time, I guess.
That was me playing around with what I was doing with that. I hadn't updated that chart,
Uh-huh.
so I don't think that should be appropriate. So we could just say the 2 shadow badgers that you had to murder really quick.
Okay.
All right, so you pull out the little fuzzy yarn balls and throw them to the ground, and they go poof into a badger, and you're like, "Oh, a badger!" And then suddenly just glowing red eyes, and you manage to kill.
They've only got 3 HP each, so it would be a pretty.
Hey, you
easy.
could roll natural ones the whole time, and they could roll natural 20s and kill you.
It is possible, but yeah,
it would be the most unfortunate event of Jasper's life.
Yeah, I think he's got doubles, but you half damage and still would be due.
It would leave a lot of unanswered questions, seeing how we're on the road to in the middle of nowhere with none of our friends around. And
well,
okay, so as you come walking in, riding in on this gigantic elk, people are just sort of watching you pass, and you see a couple of people actually like get down to one knee and like bow as you walk past, which is kind of odd.
Jasper's like, nope, none of that.
Is it really? I mean, this elk is freaking awesome.
Yeah, none of that, please. I mean, you don't pull on the horns or anything, but that's not necessary. You're fine. Just if you could show me the way to Dakren's place, I'd appreciate that. I should probably know his last name, but I don't think I do. Oh, bugger. Do we know Dakren's last name, Hargus?
No, I could describe him.
You see a man in a decorative breastplate. It mostly just looks like a uniform or something to show his station. He comes out of the manor on the little hill, and he comes up to you, just holding a spear and stuff, and he just kind of. He's trying to look authoritative, but he also just doesn't want to mess with this elk at all. So he's just like, stranger, why have you come to Swanbow?
Hi, we were here to...
Easy, mind the goats.
Yeah, I mean, don't put your hand in the goats. They are quite aggressive, but... are you aware of a Dakren? And seriously, did Dakren ever tell us his last name? I feel... like we should know.
I don't remember ever hearing his last name.
He just introduced himself as Dakren of Swanbow.
Dakren, yeah.
And it's small enough to where you mentioned Dakren, and the guy kind of nods, and he's just like, "Oh, I'm afraid Dakren hasn't lived here in a few months. I think he's up in Hardale." Actually.
Yes. We are aware. We're actually here to deliver a message to his family.
His mother, you mean?
And his stepdaughter, I believe? Stepdaughter?
He kind of looks over to another guy, and they whisper a little bit, and he's just like, not really sure about that, but if you're looking for his mother, Otilia, she's down over by the water's edge in that little grove of trees over there.
Right. Appreciate that.
A couple of dogs out back, just look for them.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Can I persuade more information out of him?
Sure.
I'll approach it this way. I was like, my good sir, I see you're hesitant to speak of his family, and that any good neighbor would be so. But it seems like there's some misunderstanding with the child. Dakren often spoke of his daughter he supported, his family that he supported here. Now, I was wondering if you could help me before I talk to his mother in filling in the story a little. I'll roll persuasion or whatever if need be.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
We don't want to say anything stupid, I suppose.
Yes, you do.
11 and sorry. Of course, I don't have it out. I'm just sitting here patting myself on the head.
We gotta have a
persuasion.
Probably a plus.
Yep. That was charisma. That's a good one. Mm-hmm. So 19.
Okay. He's like, I
18.
Appreciate your. I appreciate your. Dakren is he's a half elf, so he can't actually have children. I'm not sure what you heard about a daughter
or stepdaughter, his wife's daughter.
Stepdaughter. I think you might mean Stefana. who is Colette's girl. She moved out of the town a few years ago after her mother died.
Right.
Yeah, her mother died of the plague during the Third War, sadly, and she went somewhere up north. I'm not exactly sure where.
Oh.
She became a witch.
I guess we never got the full story of that. All right. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You have full control over this beast, sir.
Oh yeah, of course. Here, watch in.
He raised him from lint just this morning.
That's true. I'll whisper in his ear and have him go back on his hind legs and do a little walk, little elk walk on his back legs.
Massive elk just leans backwards, and everyone just scatters, and they're just like, oh, and he's like waving his spear, and he's just like, be careful, don't want to make that giant thing stomp anything, please.
Well, I mean, don't get
What's
under
wrong
it.
with you
Also
people?
needs to roll dexterity.
Haven't you seen a bloody giant foot-sized elk
stand
with
like that?
he's a horse with horns? What's the deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just not ready for the spit yet.
What is the nature of this beast? And you see a man in a brown robe, and he's got a hood over it and stuff. And on the top of the hood is a little symbol. Not sure what the symbol is, but he whispers to the guy in armor, and the armored guy is his eyes kind of widen, and he's just like, and he kind of bows to one knee a little bit, and he's just like, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize that a omen of such great power was visiting Swanbow. Is there anything you can tell us about this? Or and the other guy whispers something. He's like, never mind. Do what you will, sir. And please, if there's any way we can be of assistance,
Yeah, of course.
Please
I can tell you a little lore if you like. Carrots when they're frisky, garlic salt when they're on the spit.
What was your name, sir? I'm sorry, I missed it.
My name is Lord Thurston Swanbow. I'm the lord of this town.
Oh, Thurston. All right, Thurston. And you, good sir. I just kind of gesturing toward the robed fella. Hi.
He just nods and bows even deeper, like to the giant stag.
Tip my hat and great. Well, I appreciate your time, gentlemen, and maybe we can chat more on the way out. Thanks again.
Of course.
I'm sure there's some goddess out there would love to trade you for a giant stag.
Yeah, maybe.
They're always looking for exotic mounts.
I wonder if there's a local legend.
Probably a market.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a local legend about some sort of mystical giant stag sort of thing.
Well, flattering tights wandering out of the woods on giant elk.
Right.
Probably.
It'd be the worst scam, either a butcher or like a pet store that sells creatures, but they're all summons.
I know.
So
Yeah.
they just get unsummoned after their soul,
Yeah, it
moves on.
Yeah,
Sounds like it goes horribly wrong is what it sounds like.
it just goes poof at the end of the day. So yeah.
Sounds like a great way to poop yourself in the middle of the night.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that would be a really good item for like a charlatan.
Yeah.
It's a pet business.
Yeah. You got to keep on the move a lot. That's for sure.
Great idea. Okay, so do you make your way to Otilia's house?
Yeah, Otilia. Good old Otilia.
Okay. Make your way down the road past a fountain in the middle of town and stuff. Not a lot of people here. I mean, it's a pretty small town, and all of them seem to. Well, there's a lot of people on the lake fishing and stuff, but all of the like women and children are just sort of watching. And every once in a while, you see somebody with that brown robe on, and you see them like when people are just sort of ogling this giant stag and pointing at it and stuff. You see them kind of get stern and just like whisper something, and they're like, "Oh." And they just kind of bow their heads as it passes again.
Oh.
Oh, it sounds like I got the harp and perhaps sing of your bravery and prowess.
I don't think that's it. It's something about the stag. Maybe no. It's got to be some sort of myth or legend or maybe even religious. I don't know. Something like that.
Or maybe
Well, I
it's
think we can
delicious.
certainly with that.
You can make a religion check if you'd like, Jasper.
Okay. Absolutely. We'll try this nice purple one here.
I'll help you.
Ooh,
Story of the honey roasted stag.
I know. It's a straight 18. Yeah.
It fed
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
people
plus 0,
throughout
so.
the harsh winter.
Yeah, fed the
What was
people.
it?
20 what?
I got a 18.
18. Okay. You've heard of some
All right, guys. That sounds
Nature.
awesome.
you've heard of some backwoods nature worshippers, mostly in communities that don't have access to like an official god's temple, where they kind of just worship nature itself. The farther away you get from civilization, you find more of them and stuff, and you kind of get the idea that they must have some kind of, you know, like legend or rumor or something that they're spreading about the stag or something.
Interesting.
They seem
So I
to be
wrote,
respecting it a lot
Right, yeah.
as some sign or something.
Interesting. I hope it's a
I
good sign.
wrote pretty high on my lore, and I could draw from stories and talk about many of the old gods of the woods and a lot. Oh, I forgot my specific.
Did you
Oh.
go for religion?
Yeah, I rolled an 18, and
Okay.
We got the same.
So yeah,
well,
you
I'm
would
just
know
talking
this-
about.
Yeah, you would know this from stories, and Jasper would probably know it from his association with the Tree Father, you know, watching over these groups, even though they didn't directly worship him. He just sort of took them under his wing as, you know, at least that's what you believe as part of your religion, that he kind of respects anyone who respects nature, that sort of thing.
Oh, so these
There's
just
a hearth goddess, which is also a goddess of a druidic nature who has
These don't
been known to
be-
meet people riding an elk or a stag or a.
Mhm.
Actually, I think one of them is actually a moose, but
Yeah, these don't necessarily worship gods per se. They just worship some sort of spiritual essence of nature.
Yeah.
Um,
they just
but
seem
yeah,
to have a
this-
general
this
respect.
seems to be some kind of holy symbol to them,
Yeah.
and
very
they're trying to show it as much respect as possible.
Well, Jasper will not do his and antler balancing capering that he was planning on doing to make the local kids chuckle. He will instead try and stay somewhat respectable and regal upon the back of this symbol, now that he sees it being met with somewhat of a revered and some gravitas. He'll try and
Okay, so you try to make it seem more regal as it
Yeah.
moves and that sort of thing. Okay.
just trying to keep it cool. You know, he
Yeah.
doesn't want to. Yeah, doesn't want to embarrass.
as long as we're riding, Hargus gets a wry and sneaky look on his face. Well, you know, there is a song about a gnome who did get an elk as a gift for as a loan and a favor from the goddess of the woods. If you'd like to hear it, I'll just play it.
I mean, yeah, of course. As we go, I'd love that. I love a good tune.
So he makes it up on the spot and make sure everybody can hear him talking about how this gnome, this forest gnome with you have your green cap on today?
Yeah, it's green right
Hey,
now. Yeah.
something just
Green
came up. I
cat.
will be back in a few.
Oh, okay.
All
Sure.
right.
There
See
is
you, baby.
definitely water coming in. Yeah, hold on.
Oh no,
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
that's no good.
So making sure that all the local townsfolk can hear it, we'll talk about this gnome with a green hat who met a goddess in the woods, and because he was so modest when he walked upon her, she did him a favor of loaning her her stag.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna do the check. Okay, that's a natural 3 on my insight check. So Jasper just
And with
is
the
like
tip of his captain,
enjoying the story, not picking up anything that Hargus is trying to lay down. He's just like enjoying the story for what it is.
Hargus, make a deception check on.
Absolutely. Oh, 18 natural.
Okay, plus your charisma and whatever else.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously 4, and I have performance. So.
Oh gosh. Yeah. So it's a great song.
Yeah, it's at least.
Oh,
It's at least.
that's 26. 26 plus my charisma. So
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, the words come to you right in the moment. They just rhyme perfectly.
He tips his hat with a right.
You just take elements of the scenery around and just sort of weave them into the narrative, and you just see the people be even more amazed, and they start to just sort of smile and like just talk with each other as if this is some amazing blessing that they're beholders to and stuff.
The legend continues. And the only
the mother still sort of
my own laughter.
their children away from you as much as they can, because it is still intimidating size and everything. You make your way down the road singing that song, and eventually you find a little cottage in a little grove of trees, pretty close to the water, at least right before it slopes down to the lake, and that's where Thurston explained where this was and everything.
Oh.
And you see a couple dogs out back, and they're barking at the giant elk. And once you get close enough, like they bark and then back up a little bit and just bark, trying to intimidate or whatever. But once you get close enough, they just like run into the woods.
Yeah, I think it would take like one stern glance and a from the elk, and they just bolt.
Go between their legs.
And the goats are feeling upstaged.
Yeah.
And as you stop in front of
Nobody's even noticed these goats.
Well, tomorrow when Jasper's riding on a giant badger, the goats will have their time to shine. So
Well, I don't know.
he's not gonna be
Maybe
rolling.
a different problem.
Yeah, he's not gonna roll giant elk every day. That was the first time I've gotten it, and of course it's for this.
That's probably the rarest one you can.
Well, it's an 8 on the D8, so.
Yeah.
Well, I think we probably got our money's worth out of him now.
So as we're going up, Jasper's going to turn his hat from the green to the red, getting ready for this somber and somewhat official occasion. So we'll put on the red and get out and walk up to the door.
Before you reach the door, just in the time that it takes you to get off this giant stag, you know how it lowers itself to the ground and you climb off and everything. You see a halfling come out of the door and come up to you. She's in she has like an apron on. She looks like maybe she's a servant or something. And just runs up and is just like, kind of drops to her knees, and she's just like, "Hello, masters. Why do you come here today?"
None of that, good mistress, please. We're not meant to be bowed in front of. My name's Jasper. I'm sorry. What's your name? And he'll like reach his hand down to try and pull her up.
She's just like, I'm not worthy to be in the presence of such a majestic creature. Surely the Greenheart has brought it here to our village.
If.
Oh.
And you know what? Let's have a chat, because assuming
Yeah,
for a
I would
moment.
love to hear the story of the Green Heart.
Right.
And when she says Greenheart, it clicks, and you've heard of some lesser, backwoods beliefs of some spirit called the Greenheart that watches over the woods and punishes you if you poach, and stuff like that.
Right.
So now it kind of clicked why they probably revere some giant beast. Very animal related.
Right. Of course, yes. So
Yeah.
So actually,
Only takes the ones you sacrifice, never steals the ones you want to keep.
Right.
Kind of thing.
We're servants of the Tree Father, who I'm sure, if that's who you mean, Greenheart, that makes sense to call the Tree Father. And but yeah, I also serve the Tree Heart. So, please, my little elk here friend is going to wait out front, and let's go have a chat. Is Otilia here?
Yes, she's.
I'll throw the goats a tobacco twist. They spit,
She's just hurt her ankle, so she hasn't been outside for a couple days. But
Oh no.
but please, any followers of the any followers of the not followers. What's the word I'm thinking of? Any sent by the Green Heart are welcome here. And she
Great, appreciate it.
keeps it to the elk as she every time she faces it, but
Yeah.
she goes up and opens the door for you.
Yeah.
My name's Lorelei. I'm the maidservant here.
Lorelei, pleasure. We're friends of Dakren, so we were here to deliver a message.
Oh, it's been a while since Dakren's come here. Is he faring well?
Well, that's part of what we're here to discuss, sort of actually. So, if you could bring us in to Otilia, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, of course. Please come in, Mistress. And you hear a woman inside just say, "Yes, who is that? Oh, they're sent by the Green Heart. If only you could see the majestic stag they've ridden on. They must have amazing news for you especially. They've come all this way to your cottage." And you hear her kind of cloth rustling and stuff in there, and the cottage only has a couple rooms, so it doesn't take long for you to get into the bigger room and everything. And Lorelei starts like shoving like these half chopped vegetables and stuff.
Are you gonna heal it, or should I?
I didn't know that you'd be coming. This place is not fit for messengers like you. And she just is trying to tidy up really quickly.
Lorelei, please stop. This is, if you have seen the sort of things that this guy has woken up in, you would not be concerned. I mean, we are guaranteed. This is quite lovely. We love this sort of thing. If there's one thing I know that the Tree Father loves, it's a comfortable hearth and comfy lodgings for his people. So there's nothing to be. The Tree Father made all the dirt, and so Tree Father made dirt, and dirt don't hurt, right? That's what I always say.
I think I've heard that as well.
Right.
Thank you. You're very gracious. And you see now a older woman, older than you would have expected. But when you think about it, Dakren is a half elf, so you're not quite sure how old Dakren is. He looks like he's maybe mid-20s, but this woman looks like she's in her 60s. Pretty old, and she's just in a chair with her foot up on on a stool, and she's just like, "Oh, please take this." And she's like, she kind of takes her ankle off the stool, and she's like, "Please sit here if you wish."
No, we've both been sitting on our hams for quite a while, so we're probably good for a stretch.
I've been riding a goat cart for the past fortnight.
Right.
I need a little circulation, if you know what I mean, and a pillow.
If that's what you wish,
Yeah.
I feel awkward with. I don't know much about the Green Heart. Lorelei here has told me about it a little bit, but you must have some good news, I assume. Who are you, first of all? You don't mind?
Yeah. Hargus, please go ahead.
I am Hargus, a simple minstrel, but I do have some attunement to the spirits. Would you allow me to, before we continue, to avoid any more distraction, may I, dear lady, anoint your ankle before we go on and say a prayer over it?
She kind of looks over at Lorelei, and Lorelei nods super fast, and Otilia is like, yes, and
with a flourish, I feel for the vials in my pocket, and I feel the one that's got the pretty bottle. Probably used to be a perfume bottle, and I just pull out a healing potion, and kind of massaging, rubbing,
Hargus,
making an old lady blush.
Before you go with that one, you do have the mug. As well, those are free every day.
Oh, thank you, lad. But for this special lady, it deserves something extra special.
Fair point. Fair
And,
point. Excellent.
So I anoint it like you'd be anointing a child at birth, with flourish and extravagance, and I say a few words over it. I take up this word to bless this lady, you know, sort of thing. And, getting the most bang for her buck,
Okay.
or my buck.
You pour the red liquid of the healing potion over her ankle, and it pops, and she's just like, it feels as good as new, and like takes it off, and she's like, Lorelai, look at this, and like starts just kind of walking around the room, testing it gingerly, but realizing it's completely fine, and she just starts kind of walking around, and she's just like, I guess I really need to know more about the Green Heart. This is very interesting.
With the handkerchief in one hand, I help myself up and soak up any potion that overflew onto her furniture. And with the other hand, in a flourish, I hide the bottle. And, obviously you are blessed by the woodland's good spirits today.
Well, I did you come here just because you knew of my ailment somehow?
I wish.
My good friend here
I wish.
is the one who was told to come and rides that magnificent beast out there, which was gifted to him so he could make the journey.
And she's like, now that I can walk, I'd love to go see it. And walks out and looks out at the door and stuff. And she's just like, well, I'm at your service. Whatever I can help you with. I don't have much. My boy Dakren is usually the one who helps me out here, but he's given me some money. If you need money on your travels, is there some way I can pay you for this? Or
no,
maybe we shouldn't bring up ill tidings.
Well,
maybe we just should bring a gift.
I understand what you're thinking, Hargus. I just don't. Let's go back inside.
To your wisdom, Rod.
Yeah, let's go back inside. And as we kind of walk in, we'll take seats there and kind of get in a circle and just say it is we did travel with your son Dakren, and he told us about you and his life here, and I know he came back somewhat recently to visit with you when we had a moment to ourselves.
Last I saw Dakren, he was here to visit for year's end. We celebrated a little bit early. It was. I didn't realize. Are you with the Valiant Allies then?
Yes. We've got the badge here actually. You flashed the badge.
Oh, okay. Yes, he mentioned. Now that I'm seeing you with that perspective, he did mention you and I
the bard
of the minstrel profession.
Yes.
I believe there's a dwarf that he mentions traveling with as well. I'm not.
We're all sort of doing our own little errands for a little bit. We've had a little bit of trouble recently over at Yord's Garden, if you're familiar, but other side of the mountains, quite a ways off.
Off in Balkstad.
Yes. So, in the course of our duties with the Valiant Allies, we ended up in sort of a bad spot, and Dakren picked up sort of a cursed magical item.
She starts getting pale.
And he's alive. We know he's alive, but he is under the control of another entity.
Just a moment. Lorelai, leave us, please. And she's like, of course, mistress. And the halfling is just like, I'll go chop some firewood, shall I? She's like, anything, just please leave us alone until they leave. Of course, mistress. And she just leaves. And Otilia is kind of like clutches her face a little bit. Her hair isn't completely gray. It's got lots of gray streaks in it and stuff, but she just kind of rubs her head through her gray hair, and she's just like, you don't have to sugarcoat it. If he's died on duty, you can just tell me.
I feel like in some ways it would be easier for me to just tell you that he is dead. He is not, but he is being controlled by some other entity. So it's going to be some time before we can find him and hopefully remedy the situation. And I don't know if it's possible that we'll be able to or get to him in time, but we're going to try. And I just came here to tell you, you probably won't be hearing from Dakren for some time. This could take months, it could take years. I don't honestly know how long it's going to take, but I'm not going to leave him in the thrall of this creature. And if it's within my power, I will return your son to you. But it may take some time.
She kind of, her demeanor changes and she looks just like weary, and she's just like, oh, for 10 months of that war, I feared that a visit like this would come, and now it comes out of wartime. And that kind of magic exists. I thought magic was a sword that could cut through anything, or I myself bought Dakren a cape, a magical cape for a year's end, a little cape I thought he would find amusing that billows dramatically, as magic. Or that ointment that you healed my ankle with. What is this magic of him being taken control of? I didn't...
Well, like so many things in this world, if a good man makes a bow and arrow, it's to bring food for his family. If an evil man makes a bow and arrow, it's to murder the innocent. So,
ooh, nice one.
Someone evil made something evil, and your son had the misfortune to touch it first. It's been a harsh education for myself as well. Where I'm from, magic behaves itself, and out here what I found is that it does not. And so yes, that magic exists, that evil magic created by evil men, and we hope to remedy it as far as it applies to your son, but we're going to try, but I don't know.
You have a valiant allies. Why don't you go find him? Go break the curse or whatever.
And I intend to.
What you do?
I
Isn't
intend
that what
to.
the valiant allies do?
That is part of what they do, but you have to realize that, we're not going to be doing this for money, and it would take a great deal of money to pay someone to do it, and the magic involved is powerful, and it's in an extremely dangerous place, and it's not going to be for anyone to do. So it's going to take us some time just to prepare ourselves to go back to the area where we encountered this thing, because we almost died there, and I couldn't go back right now because it would kill us outright. We just don't have the strength for it. But we need to plan more. We need to come back around to it, and hopefully be able to do that in the future. Hargus and I...
I'm certainly never going to set foot in Valkstad if that's the case. I didn't know that such magics were pervading that kingdom.
It's a cursed area on the other side of the mountains. It's part of the kingdom, but it's outside of the kingdom proper. It's uncontrolled by the dwarves. It's a cursed area on the other side of the mountains to the south. You wouldn't have any reason to know of it or to go there. I'd never heard of the place myself, so...
Well, just to be safe, I'm not setting foot in Valkstad. If that's you get the sense that she's lived in a small town her whole life, and Valkstad is this amorphous,
Jasper's been to Valkstad, and it's not that great.
City folk.
Yeah, it's one of those. She's one of those ladies where if she knew one person from Valkstad and you mentioned it, she said, "Oh, you know this person?"
Yeah.
She can't fathom. She's probably been to Hardale once in her life. She's just a very small town woman.
Yeah,
but she's just like, well, I mean, money or not, my son's a damn good soldier, and the allies will be all the less for losing him. So the sooner they find him, the sooner they'll be able to have a blasted good warrior fighting alongside each of them.
His presence is missed by Hargus and I and our other companion already. So you're absolutely right. But
we haven't forgotten, dear lady.
No.
We simply wanted to ensure that his cares were, as any good friend and ally would, that his loved ones were taken care of before we continued our search and attempt to recover him.
And
well, I saw that agreement from the Valiant Allies, and I'm not going to accept any funeral money or anything. I don't know what the guild believes about this magic, or if he'll be fine. He'll beat this magic and he'll fight against it just like he's beaten everything else in his life, and he'll be fine. So I refuse any payment for a funeral if that's what you're here for.
Madam,
no,
he is a warrior and a man of pride and honor, and
Yes.
we would not do less than be his friend and ensure that his loved ones are taken care of. We simply need to take his place until he returns, and we return him.
absolutely.
I'll be all right. I'm not going to accept that money. I'm not going to make a funeral for him at all.
No.
I haven't. He's left enough with me last time for me to get through the year just fine. And
Okay. Great.
you don't have to worry about me. Just, in fact, use that money to go fund to go pay for whatever you need to go break that curse and find him, or whatever it is. I'll be fine. You just give him the tools he needs, and he'll fight the magic and beat it himself.
Absolutely.
He's beaten
Absolutely.
far more horrifying terrors in this war, judging by the stories he's told me about those filthy hobgoblins.
Quite right.
And
Quite
whatever
right.
magic this is, it can't be worse than that.
Well, to that end, Dakren did leave behind a fairly sizable amount of money that we have access to. Now, I understand how you may not want to have all that money on hand, but we would feel better if we knew that we could go off and that you'd be well provided for in the time before Dakren does eventually come back. So, is there any amount of money that you would want now just to plan on the next couple of years to have, without any worries? Is there...
I've got enough for the rest of the year. That should be fine for me now. If he did leave any money, just use it to buy him back to us. That's all. That's what he would want. He knows I'm taken care of. He said so on our last visit and everything. He gave me enough for our needs. Whatever else money you have, just use it to help bring him back. That's all I want.
All right. Very well. Well, if ever money does become an issue, just apply to the Valiant Allies, and they will give you all the money that Dakren has left on hand for your provision. And if it's ever an issue, just apply to them, and they should be able to take care of it. Just reference us, and it should be resolved immediately.
I'm sure that you'll find Dakren before the end of the year, and he'll be back with us, and that this won't even be an issue at all. So don't worry about me.
All right.
Well, might I ask you a simple question that it would help us on our treks as we're traveling the countryside before we go back to the grinding stone, as you say. He mentioned a child that he took care of and was concerned with her welfare.
Yes, Stefana.
Stefana.
Is everything well?
I haven't heard from her in quite some time. She and her mother, Colette, God's rest her soul, used to live here in Swanbow as well. Colette died some time before Dakren got back from the war. It really broke my son to have the love of his life die like that. They were betrothed to be married when he got home, and he came back and she was already gone. And Stefana blamed him for it. I understand her grief, but she didn't need to do that to my son after he already lost someone he loved. All he wanted was to care for her like he was her father, but she wouldn't have it. She blamed him for her mother's death, for not being there for her, that sort of thing. She lived here with me for a year or so after the war, and then after, once she turned 15, 16, somewhere around once she became of age. Last I heard, she moved somewhere up north. I think Appleshire or something like that. But do not tell her this. She would not do well to know about this information that you've told me. I know my Dakren, and I know he'll be just fine. But do not tell Stefana. It would make things all the much worse for when their relationship's already bad enough as it is.
All right.
Well, could we perhaps leave a small pouch of coin with you for those times when any young child comes home with needs that you can divvy out?
She hasn't asked me for money. In fact, Dakren has tried sending her money, and she always sends it back. She doesn't want anything to do with him or me at this point, probably. I haven't heard from her in a year or two now. So I say again, just use the money for Dakren. I see no reason to waste any money on that girl. She's had her heart broken, and if you ask me, her head broken as well from all of the stress, and no amount of money is going to fix anything.
Do you think perhaps two strong uncles with good intent might need to look in on her?
She laughs at that, and she's just like,
I don't know that
I would prefer that you boys just leave her out of this. There's no speaking reason to her, no matter who you are, especially a couple of handsome young men like yourselves, but men that she has no idea.
Choke into my beard way out here.
no relationship with. It would just It would be.
Yeah, we don't want her thinking that her dad's sending minders after her. That's the last thing that she would want. All right. Well, hey, listen. I understand you've got this this fellow you talk about around here. The what was he? The Greenheart. Yeah, Greenheart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aren't you? Didn't? And then she something clicks in her head, and she's like, "You're not sent from the Greenheart, are you?"
Not the Green. No, I am. I've been a follower of the Tree Father for some time, and I can't speak for the Greenheart. I don't know if he is a spirit that resides in these woods or serves your community or something. But I can speak for the Tree Father, and he's given me quite a few rather amazing abilities to heal my friends and to protect my friends when in combat, and he's already been quite responsive to my prayers, so I'll be following his guidance going forward, and perhaps if you were to seek his aid as well, maybe the Tree Father would seek to kind of draw you closer to him as well. So
I appreciate that, but I'm not on good terms with the gods. I don't know who or what the Greenheart is. Lorelei and lots of the other townsfolk talk about him sometimes. There's a couple of those druids or whoever those robe-wearing people are who hold some sort of nature communes out in the woods every once in a while and just sort of commune with nature. I don't have much interest in that. and I don't know of any temple of the Tree Father anywhere near here, and I don't
Jasper.
have time to travel there. And
Yeah, Jasper looks out the window. Is there like an apple tree nearby, or something? Will they do apples here?
yeah, one of the trees in her yard is a pear tree, actually.
Yeah. He kind of looks over at the pear tree and he's just like, well, if you're of a mind that that beautiful pear tree right there is as good a temple as the Tree Father expects from any of us. So, if you're ever of a mind, I'd say that's a great place to just sort of center yourself, reflect, and maybe the Tree Father will send you the same guidance he sent me. So,
I doubt that. I haven't been a good woman in my life, and I can't imagine the gods would have any interest in my worship. I have nothing to give them. I have nothing to. I don't know, but thank you. That means all praise be to all the gods. But
Hargus lowers his voice and interrupts her. My dear lady, surely look at the blessings around you and that has been given to you this day. How could you say otherwise that you are blessed? And I've met your son. He is the noblest of men and worthy of all the praise of his allies. Or else we would not be here. So, what's the best way to accept a gift? With thank you. And I know you shared this wisdom many a time, for no fine, wise woman would share otherwise.
Every blessing I've gotten in
where's my bell?
Every blessing I've received in my entire life has come from my boy Dakren. He's done everything for me, and
as every good mother would say,
I have no gods to thank for it. I just have my boy. He's there for everything. He sacrificed his time for me, sacrificed his childhood and adulthood. Really, I mean, he looks young, but he's actually 45 years old. And every year of that 45 years, he's done it to take care of me, and I have that to be grateful for. I truly wish that that things would have worked out for Colette, but she went the way of the earth. There were no gods to prevent that from happening, so we just sort of move on, and they do whatever they please, and nature takes its course. The green heart does whatever it wants. The Tree Father watches over you and your followers as well, but there doesn't seem to be a place for me in the gods' care.
Well, I don't think that's true, but it's my hope that at the very least we'll be able to return your Dakren to you, and in the meantime, we wish you all the best and hope things go well for you here.
I hope you walk in your blessings and never have a care.
He's a strong boy. He'll figure this out. If you don't, if the valiant allies sit on their butts and don't do anything, he'll still get out of it. It'll take him longer, so I hope that you do everything you can to fix this problem, but I know he'll be back.
Yes, well, all right.
If we have anything to say about it, certainly.
Well, we'll get out of your hair.
I'm sorry. Here, let me offer you some food at least before you go. I'm sorry. I got so caught up in the messenger thing and the giant elk outside. I must have something for you.
We did eat a bunch of crickets on the way over. But
somebody did. Not I.
I mean, not Hargus. Hargus didn't. Hargus.
What?
Oh yeah.
Do you eat crickets? That's disgusting.
No, they're quite nice. And he'll offer her some of the.
You're not kissing me with that mouth. Yeah. That's what I say.
Some of the crispy seasoned crickets.
She just kind of can't tell if you're joking or not, and she's like, "Surely things aren't." Where did you say you were from?
Copenhagen.
Surely things aren't that stingy in Copenhagen. Where you have to
laugh out loud.
Well, I mean, really?
I'm serious. I don't. Why would you? Don't they have here? No. You sit down. I'll I'll cut up some pears for you. How's that?
I'm pulling out my mug
Some bread.
with the healing draught that tastes like scotch. I'm going to take a deep draught, and I'm going to share it with her. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what I say.
She accepts a little bit of it and coughs a little bit, and she's like, "Oh, I'm much too old for that sort of
It's
stuff."
medicinal.
Thank you. That reminds me of simpler times. And she gives you.
I invoked the healing drought or whatever it's called, just in case there's some other ailment. It might ease her a little bit.
Okay, she definitely seems full of like energy right now and stuff, and she chops up some pears that are probably from that pear tree, and slices up some bread and just sort of offers it to you guys. And
yeah, well, we'll enjoy a meal and try and talk on lighter things for a little bit. But I was curious. Are the druid, the Browncloak fellows, or druid? You said they might be druids or clergy or something.
I don't know. I've heard them called druids or wild men. I don't know. Wildcloaks, something like that. I don't know. They
my kind of fellow.
Woods, but there's always at least one in town begging for for scraps of food every once in a while if they can't find any out in the woods or any other way. And then they, like I said,
begging for
they
scraps
lead
of food.
some kind of nature communion out in the woods every once in a while, beseeching the Green Heart for aid or something. I don't know. It's all, like I said, it's all sort of inaccessible to me. I have no interest in that, but some sort of nature spirit or
Are they good sorts? I mean, do they help out around town, or do they just sort of pester people, or what's the?
I don't know. I've every once in a while they come to my door asking for scraps of food or whatever, and when I give it to them, they say something about the Green Heart and not to take things from the woods that won't grow there again, or I don't know, some sort of nonsense like that about the woods. I rarely go into the woods anyway. I mostly stay here on my homestead in the first place, so I don't know why they bother telling me these things anyway. But
that tickles a notion in me.
They seem to favor the people in this town used to be a big farming community, but ever since they've kind of come here and urged, more hunting and more gathering wild herbs over domesticating the land itself, things have gotten kind of a little bit more overgrown around here. But there used to be a bunch of fine farming fields of barley and stuff over in the thing. There used to be a brewery here as well, but things are starting to get, I don't know, they're starting to change stuff, which I'm not a big fan of, but it's bizarre.
The harvest is a gift from the gods and the spirits of the woods as well, as long as they give of the plenty.
True.
Could be. I'm just a believer in decency, I suppose. If somebody needs something, give it to them. But
yeah, quite right.
That's the way we get better in the world, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, what do you think, Hargus? Should we? You want to go talk to these fellas, or?
I'd love to have a talk with them.
You had some interest in druids, and
I
think I might have some interest in druids as well. If
there's more there that I think we could all grow.
Right.
That's been forgotten by most.
Well, let's maybe we'll go have a chat with them and see what they've got to say for themselves. They seem, at the very least, to be reverent of my good friend outside, so I suppose we'll be meeting them on good terms, at the very least.
Hope the ghosts don't spit on them.
That's they should be into it. That is, as far as I can tell. That's,
Why wouldn't they be?
Yeah, straight from the Green Heart, that goat spit. um,
Well, we'll carry on the conversation as long as, at least for me,
yeah,
I'm willing to carry on the conversation as long as she is willing to host us.
yeah.
But as soon as she shows fatigue, we'll,
Zip out.
bow
Be
out,
on our merry, yeah.
lure her way
Yeah,
out.
she doesn't seem like she enjoys the company. She doesn't seem to have anything to do. She kind of seems like you kind of get the sense that maybe she's just like Dakren's just taking care of her a little too much. She
Little
doesn't
bored.
seem to. Yeah, she's got all the, she probably uses the money to buy food every day from the bakery or whatever, and then just subsist on that, subsist on the pear tree or whatever, maybe some fish from the fishermen, just use the money but not have to work at all. And so she's just kind of sitting there.
Pretty low key.
Yeah, just kind of just kind of waiting for the world to go by,
Right.
not really any aspirations or anything. And so like she keeps talking as long as you want, but she doesn't like shoo you out or anything like that.
Gotta get a hobby. Join a knitting circle or something.
Well, I'd like to introduce myself around town. If you, it's been delightful to meet you, and I would love to spend some time introducing myself around town and reprovisioning ourselves.
You do
So
that.
perhaps we let you get your rest.
The people of Swanbow don't have much else to do, and so they could use a fellow like you to.
And I just heard this song I would like to share with everybody about a certain gnome.
I heard some of that on the way in.
Careful.
Oh, there's another one. You haven't heard it yet.
Don't believe it. Be careful. You might start your own religion without realizing it.
I'm not coordinated enough to scribe and roleplay at the same time, so.
Well, let's go talk. See if we can talk to one of these Greenheart wild men, Browncloak fellows. And,
Okay. Do we see her servant on the way out?
Lorelei.
Yeah.
The lady
by,
keeping up after.
halfling. She's actually no. When you go out, you see kind of a small, like you see there's like a pile of firewood outside the door before, and it's a little bit bigger now, but you don't see Lorelei anywhere.
I was hoping maybe we could
Also
leave
getting
coin.
kind of like the sun is setting, and you look over, and the sun is sort of setting over the trees to the east. I mean the west, and you imagine that the sunrise would look beautiful over the lake, and the lake itself looks kind of gray and purple in the twilight. You can see a couple stars coming out. But yeah, Lorelei is gone. Maybe she went home to her own house for the day. You're not quite sure. Also, when you go out, you see the stag is just sort of grazing, and more people are just sort of watching it and bowing their heads at it, but also trying to kind of watch it at the same time and in absolute wonder.
Do you want to head back to the Lord's place, Hargus, and see if we can talk to one of the Browncloaks?
Well, it's getting close to time to make some sort of camp or sleeping arrangements. Perhaps we could wander down to the lake and I could cast this nifty little spell of mine with a little bit of ritual. It won't cost us nothing but a little ditty on my harp.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could wander into town and get some bread and
That's what I was thinking.
whatever they have locally.
The elk here is going to disappear at dawn, and I've got actually not a great chance of getting. I mean, so far I've got a lot of weasels and badgers out of this thing. This is the first time I've had an elk. I don't know, how often elks come out, but it appears to be not quite so frequent as weasels and badgers. Those are the primary contents of the bag here. So maybe we should capitalize on elk's presence while we have it.
Ah,
Is what I'm
well
thinking.
said. Okay, my only word of wisdom, and Hargus, as long as let us perhaps make it to the Lord's
Yeah.
manor, whatever that is. We'll call it a manor for now,
Sure.
and see what he has to offer.
Yeah.
And it never hurts to flirt with the gray hair. As wisdom as we travel, it never hurts to flirt with the gray hairs.
Sure.
You have no idea how welcome it might be, and how wide your blessing will spread.
Hargus, why do you think I flirt with you all the time? I am perfectly aware of this. Come on
This is
now.
experience.
Come on, Hargus. This is not just a hat rack, Hargus. I am aware.
Well, just for that. Well, a gnome and a kilt left the forest fair. I don't think I should try to read this and sing it.
A whole jaunty
I'll type it
tune.
in.
A whole jaunty tune sung as we.
Has to do with wearing a kilt after eating too many crickets, falling asleep under a tree when a young lass comes by and was curious at his svelte physique, and
I think I know
he
that
ends
one.
up with a elk
Blue ribbon.
payment.
What is it? Well, the forest gnome clad in
Well
kilt
done.
left the forest one evening fair. One could tell by the way he walked that he'd eaten more crickets than his share. He fumbled round until he could no longer keep his feet. Then he stumbled off into the grass to sleep beside the street.
Yeah, that's it. Well said. Oh, cheers.
Skull. So yeah, we'll Jasper will mount up on the elk, just kind of scamper up there and click it along and mosey on over to the Lord's manor.
Okay.
And see if they're still at home.
So you go to the you go kind of up the. Do you get back on the stag and ride it up?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well, absolutely.
Jasper
Alright,
is enjoying
yeah,
being
people-
tall for once in his life. He's like really just looking around. Wow, it's quite the view from up here.
Yeah, it's a good it's a good 10 feet or something off the ground, and which is a lot for a gnome.
Yeah.
As you go through, you see you see people bowing their heads and stuff, and you do pass one guy in a brown cloak, and when you pass, he like goes prostrate on the ground, like he just like puts his like head on the ground, like just in absolute reverence as the stag passes and stuff.
If he's there, we'll just pause for a moment and just. I'm sorry. Pardon me, good man. Do you have a moment? And I'll have the elk kind of kneel down and stop and let us off. Pardon. Hello. Yeah. How's it going?
He looks a little confused, and he's just like, "You address me?"
Yes. Nice to meet you. Can I have your name? What's your name, good sir?
My name is Hans. What does the
Hans.
Green Heart will from me?
Well, actually, I was a bit curious. I was hoping you could tell me about. I'm new here, and while I have just arrived in town, I thought I'd meet the locals and get to know our friends around here and see if we're maybe we could help one another out.
He looks really confused at this, and he's just like, what do you mean? Aren't you the harbinger from the Green Heart? What is this giant stag? What does this mean? Like what
Impressive.
is something grand going to happen?
Well, it's a good question. Sometimes it's hard to know, isn't it? Sometimes we don't know when a great thing's going to happen, and so we have to ask, friends and people we've just met, maybe what they're up to and what's going on, and just sort of find out. We don't always know all the answers all at once, do we?
But surely the Green Heart, when it gifted you with this majestic mount, it told you what it symbolized, didn't it?
Well, sometimes we have to act on faith that we'll find it on the way, don't we? So, I'm not sure, but that's why I thought I'd talk to you fellas and see. what it was that you had going on, and I know that I'm here, and I know that I'm with my good elk friend here, and I was just kind of curious what it was that what you guys were doing here, and see if we could find common ground on the way.
He's gonna make an insight check.
Sure. Against my persuasion, or
I mean, if you're trying to deceive him or something, then that's one thing. But
I
otherwise
don't.
It would be kind of a DC thing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it would be the same for me either way, whether it's deception or persuasion. So.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make a charisma check.
Okay.
Your choice.
So.
And we'll just kind of see how you're. Are you trying to like cover up the fact that you're not really a harbinger of the Green Heart, or
I see. Well,
just trying to.
Jasper's still not sure. For all he knows, the Green Heart could be another name for the Tree Father. And so
you've heard that. Well, you're not quite sure. With that religion check you rolled earlier, I'd say that you know that it doesn't necessarily refer to him. You're not sure what it refers to, but
yeah.
you believe that the Tree Father will kind of watch over them and sort of take them under his wing, as sort of
as
wayward children kind of thing,
Sure. Okay.
But you're not sure if that's what they believe. You're not sure if it's the same entity or some beast spirit or so
okay, yeah.
that's what you do.
Okay.
Well, Hargus can't resist but put his 2 cents in. Sir, we're not practicing deceit here. We're simply here to check on our friends, loved ones, and everybody is carrying on about the stag. That's not why we're here.
I am a servant of the Tree Father, who takes many things under his wing, and it sounds like the Tree Father would be taking you under his canopy as well. So I'd just be curious to see what if any help you needed, and what assistance we could lend to one another. Maybe I can inform you as to the will of the Tree Father in these areas, and you, if you're speaking. I don't actually know if the Green Heart and the Tree Father are the same, or if maybe the Green Heart is a servant of the Tree Father, or I don't know. So, be interested to talk, and we could figure these things out.
You can't really see his face under his cloak, but he pauses for a second, and then he's just like, "You weren't sent by the Green Heart, then?"
I was sent by the Tree Father, and much of what it sounds like you're talking about, it sounds like they might be either on the same side of the things, or at least that the Tree Father would have interests that align with yours. I've never heard of the Green Heart before.
Blessings of the forest and nature, correct?
That's right, yeah. That's what the Tree Father's all about, is the wild nature and, the trees.
We may be speaking of the same thing, just in a different language from one another.
I know nothing of the Tree Father, but the Green Heart has ancient tradition of the Green Heart dictates that the coming of a giant stag signifies a great change in the world and a great event that will change things.
Can I do a lore check on that?
Not the case.
And as you may not be aware of the Tree Father, I'm not aware of the Green Heart. So do you have that in texts that you have available? I'd love to read texts or talk to one of your elders that could share with us these things, something along those lines.
The Green Heart has no texts. Texts are a thing of civilization, which he frowns upon.
Sure.
The Green Heart, the oral traditions of the Green Heart are spread far and wide amid our order. That's where we get it from. If you were not sent from the Green Heart, then you're imposters?
That, sir, is an aggressive word for somebody just passing through your village.
Yeah, I am a servant of the Tree Father, and this is my stag. He's my buddy, and the stag will put its its nose on my shoulder and like mug the guy and go. See, this is my buddy, the stag.
Its head is about the size of Hargus.
Yeah, about the size of my body.
So
Yeah.
it's huge.
You realize an average, well, the rest of what's left of the elk that was in my freezer had a head about the size of my torso.
Yeah, they're huge.
From the top to the nose.
Jeez, that's so
And this is about twice as big.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a huge stag.
He was horse size.
It's
He
too
was about
dark.
16 hands.
Yeah.
It's still dark, and so it's getting darker, and so his face is completely covered in shadow, but he just kind of sits there silently, just sort of watching you, and you're not quite sure what his facial expression is or whatever, but he's just sort of watching you.
Yeah, imposter implies deception, friend. There's no deception here. So
Then you have stolen the stag from the Green Heart. Is that what you're saying?
There. What I'm saying is you are looking for a fight where there isn't one. Have you been drinking?
I think he's just
He
confused.
turns around rather quickly and starts just walking quickly toward the forest.
You know, he's going to get friends for a fight, is what this is seeming like. This seems like a fight, right? Does that seem like a fight to you? Why would he want to start a fight?
Oh, I could tell him to come back.
I don't think he's of a mind to chat anymore. I guess the question is, do we go looking for a fight, or... I kind of don't like these guys coming in and, you know... You want to go talk to the noble and see what he's got to say for himself?
Yeah, we'll see that. It'd probably pay off to be in town if we don't want to have to fight. Although it seems like he was bent for one no matter what we did.
Well, he seems very, militant, you know, like he'd, if he didn't like the way you planted your tulips in the garden, he might come and burn your house down, sort of a fella, you know?
Exactly. That's well said.
Frowned upon.
Maybe I should write that down.
That's old gnomish wisdom right there.
And wisdom it is.
Maybe we go talk to the noble fellow here, or the mayor, or
Ah,
whatever
the
he might
sooner
be.
the better, I would say.
Yeah. All right, let's go have a chat.
All right, you make your way back up to the outskirts of the village where there's that small fort or like stone hovel on the top of an embankment of earth and stuff. Looks kind of older than the other houses and stuff. And you just you see that there's like a kind of a, not a super tall wall, but a stone wall around it, and the gates are shut currently. And you see some torchlight from the other side, but the outside is shut.
Okay. Just knock on the front door and call it good?
Yeah.
All right.
We can hail the wall or whatever.
Okay.
Shout to inside.
Yeah.
All right, so Jasper, you knock on the gate, and a slot opens up above the gate. You know, a good 2 or 3 feet above you, and you see some eyes looking around, and they're like, "Who goes there?"
Jasper, I came with the stag.
Yeah, huh? And then the slot.
Yeah.
And then a slot appears.
Hey, I've seen him.
About eye level with you, apparently used for halflings and stuff. And the guard looks out and he's just like, yes, and closes it. And he's just like, "Open the gates! It's the harbinger." And the gates kind of open up, and they're like, "Is there anything that we can do for you?"
No, you guys are great. You guys are doing great. Just maybe something nice for the elk to eat here as for the stag.
Of course.
Giant stag. I keep saying elk.
My apologies, harbingers, but we're not versed in the ways of the Browncloaks. What would it eat?
Oh, anything you'd give a good horse would be fine.
Yes.
Go get all the hay out of the stables.
Well,
Just
maybe
get
not all.
Oh,
Maybe not all the
Yes,
hay.
sir.
it's been grazing all day.
They rush
Don't
off
waste
the
your,
stables.
don't
And
waste the fodder.
All right. Is the master at home?
he's already gone to bed, but I can wake him up for
Oh.
your sakes.
No, we wouldn't want to wake him up. It's all right. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just have a chat here for a while. I guess we'll give the elk a little bit to eat here. How things been going with things around town here? Everything all right?
Fine, sir. Is there anything we should know? What heralds your coming?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I am not sure, and I just thought I'd ask around and see how everyone was doing here. That's what I wanted to speak to the mayor. Mayor, is he a mayor? Is he a noble? What's his kind of title?
The reeve, sir.
The
He's
reeve. Right.
he goes by he is a lord, but he's the reeve of Swanbow. Isn't always here, but he's out of Hardale. He watches over the town.
All right.
Make sure it's safe.
How have the Browncloaks? They've been treating you guys well. Things going well here. Everything.
They kind of look at each other and they're just like, yes, everything's fine. Peaceful here. The crops have been planted and seem to be taking seed nicely.
All right.
They're very expectant. Like they keep waiting for you to kind of tell them something. Like they just keep, answering your questions, but they just, they're like on edge, just like waiting for some sort of big announcement. And
Right, yeah. Keep waiting for the big reveal.
like word has spread that you are going to announce something, and everybody just seems to be waiting for it.
Oh, it's lots of pressure. All right. Well, I wish you all a fair evening. And Hargus, do you have any?
Well, we're looking for a place to camp for the night. I was wondering if you had any suggestions.
Camp, sir? You're free to stay in any of the citizens' houses. We can, or here. You can stay in the guest quarters here if you wish.
I think the lake. I think you were right on the lake or the forest. We'll go to the lake. We'll probably just go into the forest and have a nap in the forest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, absolutely.
That makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Of course.
Very good.
Yes. I bid you good night.
Right. All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay, as soon as we're out of earshot, it's like,
It's weird.
this place is primed and ready for catastrophe.
Yeah, something's kind of weird.
And they've decided there's no reasoning either. So is it fear? Somebody has really been stoking their fires. And it sounds like they may not have the best of intentions.
Yeah, that.
I don't think you would get that vibe. You just get, something. You get the vibe that it's a small town, probably kind of superstitious because they don't really have an organized clergy to regulate things. So they kind of believe, these
most persistent voice.
Druidic figures or whatever who seem to be the most, and they offer something to this town, and so those are kind of the spiritual leaders. And there's nothing like off about the town, but there is, ever since you arrived, they do seem like you're some sort of harbinger of some great thing, that like some great omen or something. That seems to be what the stag has sparked.
It's just that when they start like talking to the guard and he starts calling us the harbinger, it seems, and just like talking to the fellow in the field, the minute we said we weren't the harbinger, then we were practicing this. Then he just assumed we were practicing deceit beyond reasoning with, and had started writing this negative
narrative.
impression narrative. Exactly.
That's what the Browncloak did for sure. These guards just kind of seemed to be trying to be in your good graces and stuff.
Right.
They didn't really question anything because they didn't understand it as well. You see, you get the the Browncloaks have an idea of what the Green Heart's supposed to be, and you didn't really fit it. But these guards are just like, whatever the Browncloaks say, you're the harbingers, that sort of thing.
Maybe it's a good time to appeal to the gods for some sort of guidance here. I would really like to avoid harming anybody.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I don't want a bunch of selfish folk just feeding off these people either. And if they're
That's why perhaps it's time for some guidance.
Yeah. If anything, I mean, the clergy of the Tree Father are always meant to provide for themselves. That's one of the first things the Tree Father teaches, is how to provide for yourself. They shouldn't need to go begging off the townsfolk if they're actually servants of.
Fear is a great tool.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go?
I guarantee you, if we go around bashing some heads together, it will certainly change things forever.
That's very true.
But I'd just as soon not do it.
Right.
It could turn really ugly if they do have some affinity with nature.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, if they're just, if they're just a little confused themselves, I don't want to go killing a bunch of innocent, guys who happen to have a bit of a misunderstanding with. That's certainly not what I'm after.
Well, would it be better to go to the keep and perhaps plead our case and explain the situation? So at least we'd have the backing of some good walls.
Of the nobles? The reeves? The reeves house, you mean?
Yes. It seemed like little more than a timber fort, but...
Right. It's not so bad. Alternatively...
It's better than being out in the woods with a bunch of cutthroats.
It's either that or ride pell-mell into the forest and...
All right, let's do it. You talked me into it.
Did you have an invisibility spell?
As a matter of fact, it's funny you said that. I've been working on a new little ditty that
I thought you used
just
something.
might do that.
I remember you talking about it. Have you got the kinks worked out of it yet?
I have. As a matter of fact, I was just jotting it down from my memory. My toe tapping and such. But I don't remember precisely if it would act on more than one person.
From what I recall you telling me, if you cast it at second level? Second level, it could be one person, but if you cast it at third level...
Yes.
I'm going to go refill my drink real quick.
Are you suggesting that we just play a little ditty and walk right out of the town? Or
I was thinking...
perhaps...
Yeah, so invisibility... Invisibility is a second level spell, so if you cast it at third, we'd both be invisible.
Yeah, I was just thinking about taking improved, which I can...
Oh, the level 4 greater invisibility?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's super cool, but it is only 1 minute.
Oh, so never mind.
It's only a combat spell for greater, which is great for combat because you're invisible and can cast spells for 1 minute. But
I can do the lesser invisibility and cast it up to 4th level.
Yeah, so if you do standard invisibility at 3rd level, then we would both be invisible for an hour.
Well, that sounds like a plan.
Which is
then.
A pretty good stretch to go snooping about.
I agree. Why don't we do that?
All right. I'll have
perhaps get a little closer.
Yeah. We'll get closer till we get to the edge of the woods where we saw that guy walking towards the woods, and then we'll follow him in after that.
Okay, so you're going to the woods where the the brown cloaked guy, like that direction.
Yeah, we'll head that direction.
What
do you think?
I was just thinking. There is something I just learned. Well, no. I'm sorry, I already memorized the invisibility, so,
No, it's okay.
so let's be honest.
Invisibility's good.
Polymorph would be awesome.
But that's 4th level spell, so you could only do that to yourself or
Correct.
to one
Well,
target.
You know, if one stag wears out, we get to have a fresh one.
Well,
I keep calling it a stag. I know it's an elk, but
the giant elk stag. That invisibility I think is just what the doctor ordered, Hargus. Yeah, let's go have a snoop and we'll see what these fellas are up to out there. And yeah, I think it's a good call.
okay.
Level 7.
Well, under my breath in a deep tone, I'm going to simply sing a little song, and eventually we'll come to slowly but surely fade into the background.
Yeah, I'll instruct the elk to wait at the
Stay with the goats.
forest's edge with the goats, but to its instructions will be to be ready to defend me at my call. So,
Okay.
so when I give it the whistle, it'll come a running.
All right.
But until then it'll guard the goats.
Okay, you get the sense that it heard your order, and the goats are just happy sitting there grazing.
Yeah.
Where they are.
We find some tin cans for them to.
Have you ever seen a goat tied to a stake, like just leashed to like a pole or whatever?
Like maybe a freeze frame, never like a video of it or something.
Okay, yeah, I've seen them in Idaho and
in action.
Utah. Like I guess people just have pet goats or whatever. But it's really funny. Like there's like a post or whatever, and the goat is tied to it, and then there's just this perfect circle around the stake that's
just
grazed,
chewed down to the roots.
And I've actually heard that there's a type of business called goatscaping.
Yep.
Where they get really bumpy and steep areas of grass that need mowed that machines can't mow, and they just bring a little flock of goats and they just eat the grass along the hill and stuff. It's really interesting.
That's been a thing since I was a kid here in Texas of living out in the country. People would buy goats or hire goats to, like in the junkyards. That's what all the junkyards did. Was they would let goats out, keep all the weeds down and stuff.
I've seen them. I've seen them around where I live too, out in some of the hills and stuff. They just let them loose. You'll see a herd of. I see a lot of sheeps too, out where I am.
Yeah.
They'll let a
Sheep,
herd of sheep
sheeps are a little more touchy. For one thing, they're looking for a place to die, and the other thing is the reason the cattle farmers always hated them is they chew down to the roots. In other words, killing the grass. So if you don't like move them regularly, the whole place will be barren. There'll be nothing. But anyway, I'm glad I could give you all that more. It's for free. Birds are worse.
Okay, so you guys so you left the animals at the edge of the forest, and then you guys are casting invisibility on yourselves and going in?
Yes.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. All right.
Can I tell you a story right quick? I'll tell you later.
Okay, so yeah, you turn invisible through the power of bardic magic, and you start going through the trees. Make perception checks or survival checks. Your choice. It's a wisdom check either way, but
Oh, well, I did pretty good. So 19.
Okay. Yeah, you actually, Hargus, it's really dark for your human eyes.
Oh no.
So do you want to bring a lamp or just follow, like,
no way,
put your hand on Jasper's shoulder and just he'll lead the way, or
Jasper,
Yeah,
a
I'll
moment.
try.
I'll take a knee. Do you have perhaps any kind of glowing snail jizz or something that you could like maybe put a little smear on the back of your cap so I could follow you?
I think let's just hold hands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Hold my finger.
Yeah, if we if we if we're glowing with snail jizz, um, it'll defeat the
Oh,
purpose of the
oh.
invisibility.
That's
also,
a little choice of words. Sorry.
snail jizz, Hargus, snail. Just let's just go along.
You know that's if you ever watch somebody that's in the army or Marines, you'll notice some of the combat ones or the infantry, they'll have little glowing tabs.
Mm.
They'll have these funny plastic tabs on the back of their hat, and that's what that is.
Oh, for the
So
buddy
they
to fall behind.
follow
Oh,
each other.
So
Sorry, I'm glad I could take us out of
way
the
they're
story.
facing, yeah, they can't see on the way they're facing, but people can see them. That's
so
nice.
they've each got just a little
Yeah.
tiny dab of snail jizz on the back of their hats.
That's correct.
The
I
more,
could have phrased that better.
the
Sorry.
more you know.
But now it's in our heads.
G.I. Joe. The more knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, way back in the day when I was carrying a sword more often, going into combat. Well, anyway,
We'll
let's
just
get out of here.
Yes,
This isn't
we'll
the time
try
for
and make our way
stories.
in. We're not going to light any torches or anything. We'll just make our way. I'll
Okay, in
lead.
that
I'll
case-
lead holding Hargus's finger, and we'll just kind of walk in, being as stealthy as we can.
Okay, in that case, Hargus fails automatically because he can't see anything. But what did you,
Well, you know,
roll, Jasper?
Oh, what did I roll? What did
Yeah,
Jasper
or-
roll?
yeah.
Me. What did I roll for Jasper?
Yes. 2 total.
Well, aren't we a pair?
Okay. So you start wandering into the woods. You know,
A moment. Just a reminder. I do have my sword of the moons.
Yeah, but we're trying to
Oh,
keep
you
it.
know,
pull
We're
it
trying to
out.
keep it
If-
dark. We're not
if I
going to light
need
it
it.
up.
if I need it, but
Oh,
I
if
don't
you
want to
need it.
make a beacon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so you
I
got
just
it
have my
ready.
hand on the hilt.
Yeah.
Got it.
So we're just wandering into this forest.
Okay, so yeah, you wander for a
Oh,
while.
this is
Argus, trips on a few roots and everything in the dark, that sort of thing. And you wander for quite some time. And Jasper, you look around and you start to realize you're not quite sure where you are from here. You can't really hear the water from the lake anymore. There's just kind of birds and cricket sounds in the woods.
Jasper.
I suggest
Hargus.
let's just take a knee and listen.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead and make perception checks for hearing.
The 12.
19.
19.
So
All right.
it's at least a 20.
Okay, Hargus, sort of
Yeah.
to the back and to the side a ways, you hear something that doesn't quite sound like the nature sounds of this forest. It sounds like maybe voices, maybe lower sounds. You hear kind of the high pitched squawks of birds and chirps of crickets and stuff. But something lower you hear kind of to the back and way off to the side, a few 100 feet maybe.
Yeah, of course, I'll share that with Jasper.
All right. Try and be a little more quiet as we go closer. I'll go slow and I'll tell you when we're coming up on a stick or something. Just you want to step over the sticks, Hargus. You keep stepping on top of the sticks. You want to step over the sticks.
You see, Hargus doesn't vocalize it, but in his mind, he's doing really well.
Okay, are you gonna go? Are you gonna go the same direction as he said to Jasper?
Yeah. We'll point ourselves that way and start walking as carefully as we can in that direction.
Okay.
If I need to roll, I rolled.
So yeah, you start
Cheers.
going.
It'll be 11.
So you start going in that direction, and Jasper, you start noticing, they're a little bit above your eye line and stuff. because your gnome stature, but you start seeing these like willow branches that are kind of tied around these thicker trees.
Okay.
On the thinner trees where they're wide enough to go around, you see willow branches kind of tied around it and just sort of tied in a knot, you know? And then on the really thick trees that they don't go around, you just see like them tied around branches or, but it looks like something definitely tied these branches around them and stuff.
Okay.
And I need you both to make stealth checks now.
Putting this dice away. This dice has been betraying me.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm rolling good. 18 altogether.
So much better.
17 natural.
23.
Okay, so you guys are just silently walking through the woods. And you start seeing something glowing a little bit in the distance. And the trees are really thick here. Like you were kind of trying to look around maybe for a little clearing where you could, set up your camp or whatever if they came to that. But these trees are really close together. It's a very densely wooded area. And you walk up and you see something glowing, and you peek through the trees and you see what appears to be a statue of some kind, a stone carved statue. You can't really tell what it is exactly because there's not a ton of light. I guess you would be able to tell more, Jasper, because you're dark vision, but there's a rock statue of what appears to be a centaur with antlers, and from the darkness you can tell it looks like it's covered in vines, and its hand is kind of raised in the air, and the hand itself is kind of glowing. Let's see, this would be still back in early spring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so let me check something real quick. So early spring is March.
Well, as long as we're doing this, Hargus, being a patron to all the gods, is going to go ahead and speak to the Tree Father, as that was his last rapport anyway, so it seems what natural in this situation. He's going to go ahead and speak to the Tree Father and beg his favor, as all good hunters would.
Okay, so the moon tonight is a waxing crescent, and so that's why it's so dark mainly, is because it's just a crescent moon. But you see in its hand, it's holding a round-ish rock. Like this whole statue is kind of crudely carved and everything, but it's holding a rock just up in the air, and the rock is glowing very dimly and shedding a little bit of dim light over the scene. And you see two cloaked figures just sort of in the dim light, and they're talking. And you see two wolves lying down, seemingly asleep in the grass nearby.
What are the figures talking about? What are they saying?
You can't understand anything that they're saying. They're speaking in a strange language.
Perhaps to dispel magic.
But you can make an insight check to kind of get the gist of like their tone and stuff if you want.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled an 18.
Man, you're rolling a lot of good ones, Hargus.
4.
Well,
Jasper. No, 4.
Murdering hasn't started yet.
Hargus, you definitely get a kind of aggressive vibe.
You need to know my language is spoken.
You don't speak the language. I'm pretty certain that you don't.
No.
So yeah, you don't understand what they're saying, but they are saying it in kind of an aggressive way.
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, they don't seem they seem agitated.
Mm-hmm. I'll sort of just start stepping back and kind of tug Hargus's finger if they're speaking too quietly. Just kind of pull back a ways to try and get a distance away so we can whisper quietly a good distance away.
Worst comes to worst. I always throw Woman's tiny hut and we just camp out till daylight.
True. But yeah, so we'll pull back a ways and get away from them.
Okay.
And just after that, we'll whisper very quietly once we're a good distance away. But for purposes of recording, we'll speak normally. Just be like, yeah, sotto voce, as they say in the stage business.
Oh, and as long as we're doing it, I have time to pull out my harp and have it ready.
Oh. no harping.
Well, the harp in combination with the sword is pretty potent, and I can use the harp in combination with the sword.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
but Jasper will just whisper like, "Did you understand what they were saying? Could you understand? I didn't."
No, but it had a definite negative vibe to it, as in maybe evil or an aggressive underlanguage.
Yeah. Did you recognize that let's see here. Let's see. Do I recognize what that is? Oh, natural 20.
I've traveled enough.
Centaur.
I've traveled enough that I could at least maybe guess that it's Orion, where it originates from, and I had no clue.
Yes, that centaur creature. Does that fill in any of our knowledge about the green heart?
Yeah. Make a religion check.
Wasted that natural 20 on seeing if I knew what centaurs were. Natural 20 again! That was 2 natural 20s in a row!
I rolled a 1.
I rolled a natural 20 twice in a row! Whoa!
Okay. Yeah,
but did you see how he was hanging? If he hadn't had kilt on, oh jeez. What's below?
Oh my gosh. I can't believe it was 2 20s in a row.
Yeah, you start thinking... You start thinking about this, Jasper, and you're fairly certain that was a statue of something called the Stormwarden.
Stormwarden. Okay.
Oh.
And it's a sort of fey spirit of like storms and stuff. It's a druidic. You've heard of it sometimes spoken of in circles of like the Tree Father. It's some sort of guardian or something of the woods that appears to defend it if the woods have been. You hear stories of like people who are trying to, they set up a sawmill and they start cutting down an ancient forest, and then the Stormwarden comes out and kills all of them and. Ooh. That sort of thing, and they're old stories. And Hargus has not heard of them. Strangely, they're new stories to him, so he's interested.
I'm thinking of my last drink right now.
Yeah,
learning those. But yeah, it's this. It appears to be a somewhat crude carving of the Stormwarden.
So this carving doesn't seem ancient. It seems more relatively recent.
No, it definitely seems pretty old. It's got vines crawling all over it, and you couldn't really see quite well in the darkness. But it looks like it's fairly old.
Okay.
It doesn't look like, it's got vines all over it. The stone seems pretty weathered, but it's just not a very skilled, representation, basically.
Okay. All right.
Like, you can only tell that it had antlers because they were kind of, a little bumpier than horns, that sort of thing, So it's not the best representation of it, but some sort of nature, fey nature spirit that they seem to be gathering by for some reason.
Okay. I'll relay that to Hargus and just say, if these guys are actually serving the Stormwarden, they might not be bad guys. They could just be a bit gruff. So maybe maybe try and have a conversation with them tomorrow and see what their business is. And I just want to make sure they're not going to like burn down the town and slaughter Dakren's mom. Is all. Just to make sure they're not just crazy, as opposed to if they're actually serving this fella, it could be fine. But if they're just off their nut, then
It could be somebody. And it may be easier to pull. It may be easier to wheedle that out. And I say we go find some sort of safe haven and cast my tiny hut.
I love your tiny hut. All right, let's
sleep
get out
for 8 hours.
Yeah, let's get back to the wagon, and we'll be on our way. Okay. We can maybe leverage some of this information dropped at a strategic moment tomorrow in our conversation. Should that come about, we can keep it close to the vest what we know for now, and then suddenly sort of drop it in with this knowledge that we have of things. I think that'd help.
Find someplace close to the road. You have someplace in mind, Jasper?
I don't think so. Just maybe a spot on the lake that seems open.
I do like the idea of catching the view from the lake.
Yeah, no, that seems good. We'll get on the west side of the lake and just watch the sunrise over the lake. I think that's a good one to go. Assuming we make it back to the elk and cart without incident.
Well, thanks for bringing that up, would you?
Yeah. So we make our way back, or at least we try to make our way back to the elk and cart.
Make a survival check.
No!
I'm gonna push the
I'm
limits.
not as confident as I was a minute ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna push the limits of old Greenie here and see what old Green. What'd you do? What? 4? All right, come on, Greenie, we need you. We need you, baby. All right, 16.
I'm sure I've got this nailed.
16.
Okay.
16.
Yeah, you make it back okay. You kind of are able to judge the direction through the trees. Excuse me, and you find the elk still there. The cart is still there. There's little circles around where the goats were lashed to the cart, but the goats are asleep now. They've fallen asleep since you've gone. This whole thing, you guys are probably gone, I don't know, 40 minutes or something like that.
Okay. We'll hop up on my elk and make our way over to the east side of the lake and set up camp.
Yeah.
The east side of the lake?
West side of the lake, sorry.
Okay.
West side of the lake.
The far side of the lake?
Yeah. We want the far side of the lake so we can get the sunrise over the water.
Okay, so...
You said that would look nice, Austin, so we want that view.
Well, you wouldn't see it if you're on the opposite side. If you're on the...
Well, rise is in the east, right? And so if we're on the west side of the lake, we'd see the sun. Is that what you were saying? It would look really nice?
Yeah, you wanted to go on the east side. So you wouldn't see anything. It'd just be over the trees, right? So you want to be on the west side?
Well, I was picturing lake, sun rises in the east, and if we were on the west side of the lake, we'd see the sun rise. Is that not what you were implying?
Yeah, but you said that you wanted to be on the east side of the lake.
That was a mistake. Yes, I meant the west side. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes, that was my...
So the west side, which is where the village is and stuff.
Yes,
got it.
yes.
Okay, so yeah, we're on the same page. So yeah, you go and you're going to cast Lehman's tiny hut?
Oh, please do,
Yeah.
Hargus. I love that tiny hut.
We had enough time. I could be working on the ritual of...
Oh, yeah,
do
it as a ritual, yeah.
And,
What song do you play to summon Hargus's holy hut? No, that Hargus's holy hut just doesn't sound right for Hargus. Hargus's homie hut. There you go. That's a good one. Hargus's
hut of the homies.
Hargus's hut. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, the elk will not fit it.
Yeah.
Take me home.
Nearby.
Ah, man. I'll have the elk just lay half in, half out, so I can nestle up on its haunch. I want to sleep on an elk tonight, so.
Okay. Sounds good.
We'll get as much of him as will fit inside.
For a gnome to sleep
on top of,
So yeah, that works.
I'm tired, and I need you badly.
Before bed,
Picture for me.
Hargus, we haven't had a game of stones in a little bit. What do you say to a game of stones before we go to bed here?
Well, you really want to lose? Yeah, you're going to lose any sleep over it. I don't know if I want to take your winnings that easily.
Winnings? I didn't say we were betting anything.
Oh.
This is all for
children's game, eh?
It's all for street cred.
Oh well, if you put it that way,
Yeah. It's all for the most important thing, the most important currency of all, respect.
Oh, you're speaking my language, son, and I understand what you're doing.
Here's the question: is it cheating to
Let me
use
braid the end of my beard right quick.
old greenie?
Look. And I do. I braid the end of my beard right quick.
All
Knot it off.
What do you
Keeps the kinks up.
What do you say? Best of 3?
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
Just a straight intelligence modifier, huh?
Oh no.
I don't have
hate
anything.
this game.
I don't have anything either. I've got 0 to intelligence, so we're even.
I think I have. I'll have 1 naturally.
You got 1 naturally. Okay.
Pull it out here. Just being a bard, I have 1.
Okay. Straight intelligence check.
Nope. Nothing.
Nothing.
Straight
0. All right. It's all d20s. All right. First roll. 11.
12.
Oh no!
I rolled a natural 11, but I have the +1. So
Do you have a +1 to intelligence? Oh man.
I have a +1 for being a jack of all trades as a bard.
I suppose it is a skill check. All right. Yeah, you do. Oh.
Really picked up a little practice along the ages. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go around.
A strong open for Hargus. You've got Jasper
New dice.
stumped. All right. Here it comes again. We'll say the second wave of attack. We start maneuvering. Jasper's going to try and flank that strong opening you've got, and hopefully get you in a pincer maneuver because hopefully you've overextended with your strong opening.
Strategizing. I understand.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. All right.
Exact wise as I just let the dice fall.
Yeah. 1, 2.
I rolled a 15, so it's 16.
Natural 1. Natural 1.
I'll just look like I really got some strategy going.
Yeah, you just blew through my defenses. My pincer maneuver just fell apart at the seams and was totally destroyed. My lines collapsed. I'm just like, I was really
3 out of 5.
I was distracted.
3 out of 5.
No, it's a good game. Good game, Hargus. Good game. That was all you. Well done. All right, we're 1-1 now. We're 1-1. I won the first game, and
all I can think is all this luck I'm spending right now in the dice is going to come back and bite me in the arse later with the sword.
Well, at least we know my green die isn't loaded because it after those 2 nat 20s, it gave me an 11 and then a 1. So I feel good about Greenie not being a cheater at the very least. So
I have 18 20-sided dice, and I've rolled 11 of them so far. I change dice every time. So.
All right, so we go to bed and sleep and wake up. And Jasper prepares flapjacks for the morning and offers one.
Wait a minute.
No, it's your special non-cricket one, Hargus.
I rolled a 6.
For insight. They do.
Hey, I'm glad you decided to change the recipe for me. I don't know about that nonsense with the critters in it.
Yeah, I didn't want it to bother you. You know how it is.
And of course, I say that with a flapjack in my.
Yeah.
Hey, you're delicious.
I'll feed the third flapjack to Bruce since it's just the few of us today, and after we eat, Jasper will kind of sit down and say a little prayer to the Tree Father, just ask for the Tree Father's protection upon me this day. And Hargus, you'll see kind of a faint flutter of dust and wind swirl around Harvest and around Jasper, and then like a single leaf will kind of catch on his vest, and a slight shimmer of green that kind of washes over the body before it dissipates in the air.
And Jasper says nothing but takes note. I mean, excuse me.
I know.
Hargus
I
is
did it first.
take note, and
All right.
he's playing his new harp that he created with the help of his allies and his own hands, and he appeals to all the gods and thank you in the morning.
Yeah.
Hey, in a song of peace and a humble thankfulness for another day.
Yeah. That's a lovely instrument you have there, Hargus. You've got it really.
Hey, I think she's a she.
Yeah.
We got to find a proper name for her. She hasn't shown it to us yet.
Is that how that works? You search out a name, or does she earn one in battle, or how do you bards handle
Well,
that?
mine have always earned their plates in battle,
All right.
as all my friends have.
All right. We'll keep that in mind. Should I name my
Just
staff?
as the sword.
And he's
The
got
sword
his...
hasn't shown itself.
Oh,
As we all must in life, we have to show our qualities, don't we?
That's quite true.
Just as the sword is yet to earn a name.
I've never thought to name my staff, but maybe I should think of something that comes true. Maybe it has to earn something, I don't know.
It's the way of the walk.
Yeah, it's still got that.
Got to
one
rely
sword.
on your allies, and we
Yeah.
don't want to rely on that guy, do we? We want to
Quite
rely on Chrysanov,
Quite right.
god
All
of
right.
the Western Wind.
What do you think? Do you want to go try and talk to the reeve and see if he can give us any info?
Let's do it.
All right. Well, hey, first things first. Before we get going, let's see what critters we get for the day. Maybe if we're lucky, we get ourselves another stag, or elk, as it were. Let me pull up my list.
Should I draw my sword?
Yes. Try a ranged one. Hopefully we won't get hit if we stay out of range of it.
I got you.
Bag of tricks. Oh wait, no, I wrote all those down. I don't have to look it up. I wrote them down like a good player. Good job, Jasper.
In my mind, I'm going to do Cloud of Daggers.
All right, number 1, a 5. Ooh. First thing we see is a black panther. Just the mote of dust lands 30 feet away from us. Yeah, 30 feet away from us. Black and 47. So I'm assuming we'll go with the original curse thing. It seems to be if it's under 25, it attacks us. I think something like that. Yeah. We'll go with that for now.
Good, yeah.
I don't know.
Frisbee him some jerky.
All right, so we got a black panther, a badger, another badger. This thing is just loaded with badgers. It's so many badgers. Oh, but it attacks us and we have to kill it.
Oh,
okay, we kill the badger.
Cloud of daggers in front of us.
Yeah, as soon as it, we fire off, and it's 3 HP. I assume we take care of it without too much trouble. A last one, another badger. It's another badger. I'm telling you, this thing is just 50% badgers. But this one's friendly. This is a friendly badger. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'll toss him a piece of jerky.
That's...
There you go, lad.
Oh gosh, that's four of the last 6 animals have been badgers. Why am I rolling?
It's like it.
Many
it's badgers. Like it should be like that, like those ones are more common, but it's not.
But it's
like,
not.
It's
just a D8. The dice shouldn't know that an 8 is the best and avoid that number.
It's the angry ones that really stick with me.
Yeah. All right. Well, today we have a panther and a badger, so that's fun. And yeah, we'll mosey along.
All right. You watch the beautiful sunrise over the lake. It's really pretty. You see fish jumping in the dawn light and everything, eating the flies over the water. It's a beautiful sight, and you kind of get an appreciation for like the place that Dakren grew up and stuff. Like
Yeah.
it's a beautiful place. And you
Or the brief performance, if it matters.
you pack up, and the
Can't work on that one.
the elk fades away as the dawn light hits it, and it
Yep.
just sort of melts away.
Yep.
And you take out the little fuzzy balls, throw them on the ground. They turn into new animals. You
Kill
kind
a
of hike
badger.
up, and you hike up the kill that one, and it disappears in the dust.
What kind of urban is that?
And you start kind of climbing up this little incline that goes back up to town. And as you round the just this lip of a hill and stuff, you see 3 cloaked figures in brown hoods. And you keep walking, and you see in front of them are 4 wolves. And the cloaked ones see the animals that you have following you. They sort of look at each other and nod, and then you see them go like this, and the wolves start charging towards you.
Oh my gosh! All right, it's on.
So let's take just a 5-minute break. Since
Okay.
We've been playing flowers now, and I'll get that ready to go. And then you guys can...
Jasper shakes his head. So they have chosen death.
Well, it'll be a slow death.
Not the way I do it.
Well, it'll seem slow to them.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Austin. Well,
Okay, yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
all right, sounds good.
Me too. I'll be
Okay,
right back.
sounds good. Yeah, me too, probably. Sounds good.
I knew they would. Well, my plan is, because of the animals,
Yeah.
is I really want to throw slow on every. I think I have enough. I can do 10 people, so I can do all of them.
It's
And
a radius, so check your radius on that. You probably will have to end up targeting the Browncloaks, I'd assume.
as long as they're within like 30 feet, I
Right.
believe it is.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I
So
can-
it'll
I can
depend on
pick
how
and choose.
quickly the wolves, run, and
Right.
they might.
Well, the wolves are the main ones I want to target,
You want to hit the wolves?
because I really want to just bypass the wolves and just slaughter the dudes, or at least beat the.
I'm excited about that potential option.
That's my first choice.
Yeah.
Because I would say the wolves are trained, not
Yeah.
you know, enthralled or spelled.
They are probably.
So does that sound like a solid plan?
Go for the wolves.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
get up and personal with the. Hopefully, I can dodge any attacks of opportunity and just get up, and I guess I could just throw another spell, seeing how they're at a distance.
Do you
Do
have a
shatter or something on them.
Do you have a list of all that are on? You got on there.
Oh, let's see here. Let me find it. You know what? I haven't wrote it down yet. I'm gonna have.
Check that. Yeah. I just can't believe I got so many badgers.
You know this one.
Why do I get so many badgers? Ugh.
Well, they're feisty critters, so you know
So funny. It cracks
they
me
do
up.
have their own. Maybe it's a reflection of your true nature.
Maybe, yeah. Jasper's spirit animal is a badger.
They're not honey badgers.
Yeah, right.
Are they?
Oh,
Let me see. It's under treasure. Oh no, I know where it is. Thank you. I need to, or it is. Okay, thank you. Sorry, my wife's coming through, giving me instruction.
all right. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Let's see, I have
I
five.
just
I'll go.
I just realized my badger's superpower.
What's that?
Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna wait until we do it.
It isn't something about flatulence, is it?
No, it's not flatulence. I would be, I'd be excited
Stinking
about
cloud.
flatulence. I would be excited about flatulence. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, I can't wait to use that. Hey.
Okey-doke.
Oh,
Everybody ready?
we are ready. I've
All
got
right.
all of
Let me
my.
just read these off to you right quick.
I got all my.
Oh,
handles up.
yes. I have fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from evil and good, bark skin, cure wounds, and cloud of fog. Cloud.
Oof, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
A beautiful harp.
It is. It's pretty sweet. I'll name him. Oh no, I can't name her Roy.
Does Jasper have time to get a bonus action off before they start running towards us, or?
No. This is
Yeah.
There's no
Straight
you weren't
into
like
initiative.
or anything. It's just you saw them, they saw you, and then they just they
All right.
charged in. So they're about 100 feet away, and their wolves are
100
charging.
feet away.
And go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay, I would like to roll a good initiative. I did not roll a good initiative.
Get some battle music going, especially since it's no longer night. There we go. All right. What did you roll for initiative, Jasper?
12.
12 for Jasper, right in the middle. Okay. And Hargus.
That would be a 3 unmodified.
Well, what's the total? What's the total? Give him the total.
Well, okay. Well, sorry, I just don't have it open.
I think you have a +4. I think
Yeah, it's plus 4.
Dexterity
So
modifier?
7.
7.
What's my dex modifier? +3.
Plus 3. Okay. Because the druids rolled the same as you, but they're not as dexter. So that you're the tiebreaker there.
Oh, phew.
I mean the Browncloaks. They're not druids per se. All
The
right. And then the wolves rolled better. Okay. Okay, so the wolves go first. And they just dash right up close and engage with you. They start snapping at you guys. That's all they can do for their turn. They just dash right up to you guys, and so there's 2 wolves on you, Jasper, and 2 on you, Hargus. And that's their turn. So Jasper, you're next.
Okay. Well, oh boy, I don't want to abandon Hargus to 4 wolves.
Go.
Let's start with the most important character, shall we? They're right on top of us. That means they're right on top of the badger. The badger burrows.
Sorry, they actually go for the animals first.
Oh.
Is there a badger and
a panther?
A panther?
Yeah.
Okay, roll initiative for that. No, wait. Do you roll initiative for them, or do they act right after you?
We've been just doing it on my turn just to simplify things.
Okay, we can just do that.
But yeah, I think that's the easiest way. So.
Okay, so there's 1 on each of you then. Actually, no. 2 on the badger, 2 on the. No, 1 on the badger, 1 on.
Panther, 1 on each of us.
Yeah, 1 on each of you.
All right.
So that would be easy to tell them apart.
So.
They just spread out and just start charging towards each of you.
I would like my badger to burrow 5 feet into the ground and then attack from hiding for advantage.
Okay.
It has a burrow speed.
First.
Huh?
It would need to actually take an action to hide. But...
What I'm saying, it burrows into the ground. No.
Okay. The wolf gets.
I wonder what that does to his armor class.
All right, never mind. All right, I'll
So
tell
he's
him
got, like, what's his AC when he's burrowed?
All right, the badger would
'Cause
know that.
he is dug
The
in.
badger would know that doesn't work, and he'll just attack. Oh, 17 on the die,
Oh.
plus 2 to hit. 19
That hits the wolf.
for 1 piercing damage.
All right,
Oh.
so the wolf starts snapping at the badger, and maybe grabs a hold of its fur, and the badger kind of flips over. Then the badger just grabs onto its throat, and it's like,
Yeah.
like freaks out.
Yep.
So 1 damage, you said.
1 damage.
All right.
The
And what do you wanna call this wolf? Like, do you notice some maybe markings on it, or is there some aspect about it?
we could just call it badger wolf, since it's
badger wolf. Okay.
yeah, badger wolf, panther wolf. That'll distinguish things.
Okay. Once they target something else,
Yeah. Well, then they'll be the same. The one that targeted.
something. Okay. So badger wolf gets bitten by the badger.
Right.
Okay.
Panther wolf will go for the one that's attacking, or panther will go for the wolf attacking the panther with a plus 4 to hit. 15.
Hits.
All right. That gets a big 1d6. Oh, but he got a 6 plus 2. 8 points of piercing damage to that one.
Okay. And that is named Panther Wolf, I assume?
That is panther wolf.
Okay.
Jasper will bonus action pop his spirit guardians. So he'll just grab his staff, say a quick "Tree Father, send me your guardians," and a bunch of shimmering, glowing green, iridescent hornets and bees will apparate in the air and start swarming about him, stinging all the wolves within range on their turns. And then he will... is there a radius where I could hit more wolves at the same time? Without hitting other creatures, or is that not practical?
Are you guys all kind of bunched up together?
I would assume so, yeah. So there's not a good radius for that then.
I think you would probably just get all of them anyway, right? Is that the...
If I can do it without hitting my allies is the question. Is there a placement where I can hit more, like a few wolves without hitting... You know what? Yeah, that's the question. It's just whether I can hit a bunch of wolves without hitting our allies or not. If that isn't practical, then I'll just do single target stuff.
What's the radius?
It's a 10-foot radius. So 20-foot sphere.
You'll probably get everybody.
Okay.
All the wolves and Hargus and your animals.
So
but you can choose which ones they don't affect, right?
No, this is for another spell that would be coming up later. So instead of that, I will just
Yeah, you're all kind of clustered together.
Okay,
The
I won't do that
wolves are
then.
kind of hunting as a pack right now. So
instead of that, I will Sacred Flame the wolf in front of me, and and the one on the panther, both at the same time.
okay.
Using,
What does it look like now?
using
Is it
a
actually-
holy sorcery point, instead of firing, pulling a wooden shaft, Hargus, or I keep saying Hargus instead of Jasper. Jasper pulls up his, thin wooden bow staff, grabs the string that's on there, and as he pulls back, just 2 motes of energy start to apparate behind it, and like 2 shimmering, golden shafts, and then he kind of fires it up, and they go. Yeah.
Okay, so dexterity save.
Dex save for each of them. Yep.
That's a natural 2
All right.
and a natural 1.
Nice.
So the wolves
All right. We'll say Panther takes, big one, 14 points of radiant damage. And the one in front of Jasper takes 10 points of radiant damage.
Jasper wolf, is that?
Yep.
We name this harp Sasquatch.
Yep.
Okay.
Short for Sassy Carol.
There you go. Good one.
Okay, the beams of energy just go, and the panther wolf just falls to the ground, bleached white from the radiance, and just completely dead. And then the one that was trying to attack you, Jasper, is very wounded from that attack. So, okay, that's your turn. Nothing happens with the spirit guardians until their turn, right?
Practically, it would probably work out either way, but we've been doing it on their turn. But if you wanted to resolve them all on my turn, it could probably work out either way, but it's up to you.
Okay, that might change. So it's the Browncloaks' turns. One of them, and there's 3 of them, by the way, and one of them is half as tall as the other 2. And one of them points over at you and kind of does you see this green, it's like there's a green flame in his hand, and he just goes like that. And what level of a spell is Spirit Guardians?
Shoot, it's level 3, so it would just dispel it.
Okay, yeah. Suddenly there's this like the wasps and hornets are swarming around you, and you see like an invisible line just erase them like this, just like, and then they all just kind of, and just it's gone.
Son of a bitch.
And the second druid kind of stomps on the ground and then goes, and then suddenly his cloak starts billowing in the wind, and he goes, and suddenly the grass in a wide circle around you just goes and starts blowing, and a wall of strong wind starts rising around you guys. And it is 50 feet long. So there's just this 50-foot long wall of wind just goes just blowing in front of you guys, basically separating you between the Browncloaks.
Okay. And
then the last one, let's see. Last one is going to... he's just gonna do a healing word on the Jasper wolf.
He's gonna have to run up pretty close for that.
Oh, you're right. 60 feet. Yep, he doesn't have quite enough for that. Almost, but not quite.
Well, if he uses his action to dash, he can get up closer, and then bonus action healing word. So he could get it. He'll just have to run up close to do it.
Oh, that's true. It's a bonus action. Okay, yeah. So before that, we'll say before the wind wall happens, he rushes up and says something in that strange language. You're not sure what he says, and then backs off 10 feet, and then the wall of wind appears that the other one casts. So he's actually he's about 60 feet away from you now. The other ones are still 100 feet. So there's and he heals for 4 health. So the Jasper wolf heals a little bit from that healing word. And that's their turn. And now it's Hargus's turn.
Okay, I apologize, but I was just refreshing myself on the harp. As I'm playing the harp, the animals immediately have to roll for save versus charm at disadvantage.
Are you casting
charm? I don't believe it's cast. The way it read, is it a cast spell or is it an effect of the harp? If you cast
any spell that charms,
what are you trying to do?
Disadvantage on the save. So are you charming them with the spell?
I think immediately, yes. I'll charm the dogs.
What spell is that? Is it animal friendship?
It didn't. It gave the description. It didn't even list. It didn't. The reason I was confused and excited, it didn't list it as one spells. It just all you did was describe the effects. so I don't
No,
know.
it's
Charm.
any spell that you cast that charms, they have disadvantage.
Oh, okay. All right.
If you have
I
one
got it.
like a charm person or something like that, then they would have disadvantage on the save.
First thing I'm going to do is shatter on the druids.
Okay.
4th level.
All right. So Constitution saves.
Yep.
It should at least distract them.
All right, that's a 19 for one of them. A 17 for the next one. And a 19. Wow, they rolled really good. So I think those all save, right?
Yeah.
I think they save at disadvantage, don't they?
No, only if it's a charm effect.
But they all get half damage, so.
Okay.
So.
Yep, so go ahead and roll
27.
damage. How much?
27.
27, okay. They take
27.
half of that, which is 13.
Good hit.
Actually, I don't think you could hit the third one because he's off on his own. So the other two take it, though. I assumed you wanted to take 2 rather than 3. So yeah, just this thunderous noise echoes across the lake, and yeah, 2 of them like reel from the shattering damage. Okay, so that's your action. Anything else?
Inspiration on Jasper.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, sir.
All right. Now it is the wolves' turns.
Now, do I cast the spells of the harp as an action, or are they a bonus action?
Yeah.
It's just whatever the spell says. Like,
Okay.
you know, healing
That's
word
cool.
is still a bonus action. You just use that as like a way to cast them.
Sure.
Okay, so the wolves are going to attack. There's only 3 wolves left. The one that was fighting the badger is just going to go straight to Jasper because it sees him as a bigger threat. So 2 are going to attack Jasper with advantage.
Attack of opportunity as it leaves the badger's range. 16 on the
Okay.
die. Another 1
All right.
point.
Another 1 point there. Okay, so they're going to attack, and they fight as a pack, so they have advantage on this. With advantage, that's a natural 19. So the one hits you.
So natural
for-
19, as it's about to bite in to Jasper, there's a flare of leaves in the direction of the bite, and it kind of and it just bites into a big mouthful of leaves and doesn't hit as a shield springs into existence.
Okay, and the leaves keep swirling until you're
Yep.
For the rest of the turn, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the other one is going to roll with advantage a not better than that. Not better than a natural 19. So yeah, they both just start biting in the leaves, stop them from doing so. And then the last one is going to try and bite you, Hargus.
What's your AC, Jasper?
Not too bad. I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, actually, it's a 16. What's your AC, Hargus?
15.
15. Okay, so it barely hits. You take 9 points of piercing damage as it bites you, and it jumps up onto you, trying to knock you down. Make a strength saving throw.
Oh, that's not good. Can I substitute dexterity?
Nope. Strength saving throw.
12.
12 is barely what you needed. So it jumps on you, trying to knock you down, but you hold fast, and you are you remain on your feet. So that's both turns. Jasper, you're up.
All right. Well, I'll pull down as these guys are snapping at me. I'll pull down another sacred flame on the 2 in front of me. Just sort of wave it around, flare it up, 2 pillars of fire on top of them. Mark that off. And
All right.
bonus action, just ask for the Tree Father's extra protection on me right now and activate my bark skin for a +1 AC.
All right. And yep, that's some vines kind of curl around your skin. Your skin takes on the appearance of wood, and you get the blessing from
So
your hide.
the 2 on me, what's their dex saves?
Oh yeah. 13 plus 2, 15 and less.
Okay, so the first one passes. The second one takes only 4 points of radiant damage.
And that was probably Jasper Wolf, right?
Didn't really designate which was which, so I guess...
Okay, I'll just go in order on...
Okay.
I guess I rolled them in order on here.
Yeah,
so
whatever works
so that
for you.
was Jasper Wolf
Yep.
that got hit again. Also, I realized that Shatter only has a 60-foot range, and so he was only able to get one of the Browncloaks. The one that had come closer to cast Healing Words,
Gotcha.
just as a final order. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
All right. It is the Browncloaks' turns.
So they're still on the other side of this wall of wind, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And they are all going to sort of get back as much as they can. And so one of them, actually the two that are a little bit farther off, they move back 30 feet. So they're 130 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to take the dodge action. And then the other one is just going to dash back. And so he's 100 feet away again. So that's their turns. And Hargus, you're up.
Yeah, I need to check the area of effect for Shatter.
They're too far away to hit with Shatter at this point.
That's fine. I'm casting Fly through my heart,
Ooh.
and I'm rushing towards them. I'm playing my heart with my sword. If you remember, it has that ability.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
I'm flying towards them, avoiding their ground attacks and attempting to attack the one that's standing by himself.
Okay, so you cast Fly on yourself, and you fly over the wolves. 2 of them get opportunity attacks against you.
Well, there's 2 on me and 1 on him, right?
Yeah, but you're right next to each other, right?
Oh, so they're still
How high
within
can they
5 foot
jump?
of him?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 2 within 5 feet.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Because I
they
can
both
take
kind of you start soaring up, and they both try to jump up
Nip
and
at you.
snap at you.
No!
That's fine.
Pack tactics. Thank goodness, because otherwise it would have been a 3. That's a 20.
Ooh.
Uh,
No.
21 to hit from
Yeah.
the 1.
Yeah. Just
So
barely.
you take 8 points of piercing damage, Hargus, and make another strength saving throw.
Can he be knocked prone while flying?
It's like the worst. 20.
Hey, all right.
Okay.
Almost wish that hadn't.
These things are rolling terrible on their first roll, but their pack tactics is paying off. 'Cause
Yeah.
that one was a natural 16 plus 4, so 20 on the other one. Make another strength saving throw as you take 9 points of piercing damage from the other one biting you. So they both just roar, just jump into the air and like dogs trying to grab a frisbee and just grab onto your leg.
Hey, Jasper, doesn't that give you an attack of opportunity?
Not on them. On you, I think. I could
Yeah,
attack.
it's scrawls here. 15.
I think I could attack you.
What did you roll on the strength saving throw?
15.
Okay, you're okay. So yeah, you they try to pull you down, and you just you punch them off your legs, and you start soaring forward.
Right, I'll punch you, doggy.
As he's
I'll
flying
punch
away,
you, doggy.
Jasper's like, "Don't go too high."
How high are you going to fly? This ball of wind is
S
from-
level.
Huh? Okay, so you fly.
I mean,
through the ball.
unless the wall of wind's going to affect me, I'm going straight for my target.
Okay, so are you going to try and fly through the wall?
Oh, so apparently I need to fly over it, so I'll just go over it.
Okay, so
You could try
what's your
and go
flying
through
speed? Is it 60?
That would make sense anyway, because I was trying to avoid the dogs, I assume. so I wouldn't be wanting to fly. I would be at least 8 feet off the ground and going up.
Okay, the wall is 15 feet high. So,
Shoot at an angle.
between 15 and 20 feet.
okay, so 20 feet up and then 40 feet over. Is your flying speed 60 feet?
It is, yeah.
I'll have to look it up.
It is.
So
It's 60.
I think it's 60.
It's 60.
So,
It's 60.
20 feet up and 40 feet over. Okay, so you're 40 feet closer to them. All right. Got it. So you're starting to make your way that way, but that's all you have time to do since you used your action to fly.
And I'll throw a cantrip.
No, not unless fly was a bonus action, which I think it's an action. So
No, it's a spell.
It's
yeah,
an action,
so-
yeah.
yeah. So that was your movement and action. Okay. So you are floating in the air.
I thought you could do cantrips
The
as
first time, I think, right? Is that the
bonus
first time
action.
you've flown?
That's the first time he's
First
flown,
time.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Jasper, you watch and wonder as with this like strum of magical musical notes, Hargus just soars into the air.
What is your strum to fly action look like, Hargus? Like, what do you do?
Right?
Do you like power chord
Here right
down?
now, the devil went down to Georgia.
Yeah. I'm imagining like power chord down, and you just go.
You know the.
Yeah.
Fly like an
Or is it like super chill, where you just start playing like this super chill thing, like just walking on sunshine? You just kind of stroll your way, walking
Kinda walking
invisibly.
up
Like I said right now,
I don't know.
the devil went down to Georgia. He had a loan to pay. Soul to
So
steal.
you put the harp up in a violin position and you play it with your sword.
Yeah, you know the.
And then you start like two-stepping, and you start two-stepping your way up. I don't know. What's a
No, this is a. No, I'm launching myself. I'm really kind of pissed about the wolves and their attitude.
yeah.
And so I'm intent on death right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, I'm playing the devil
Sick 'em,
as
Hargus.
best I can.
So that's a 20 to hit.
I'm playing Ginkota
You,
as
Jasper,
best I
from
can.
the wolves.
Nope. Doesn't
Do
hit.
you cast shield again?
No, it's up until the end of, up until the beginning of my next turn. Oh wait, I had another turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's new round.
I don't want to get bit, so yeah, I'll do shield again.
Right, the shield of wind swirls again and they miss. They don't have Hargus to attack now, so they're just going to all attack you.
Makes sense.
Sorry, Jasper.
It's all right.
You seem like you got plenty of help. So
And the only
I don't
thing
know.
they
In my
can do
mind, it's the intent. You know.
None of them make it, so
Yeah.
they all just start bouncing and just sort of get blown away from that
Yeah.
like swirling shield.
Every time a mouth's like about to
wolves.
latch on there, there's just a big old leaf that goes and, like pushes it.
With that, in
Hey,
mind,
go
then-
eat your own joddies, you big pile of doggies.
Okay, so in that case, the two wolves start biting and stuff. The other one sees the wall of wind and is just like, yeah, and just goes over to bite the badger instead.
Oh, I forgot my panther's on my last turn. My panther and my
that's
badger.
right. Yeah.
So-
go ahead and,
Badger will go after Badger Panther because that's his marked target. The target it's marked for death. No, it
it's
misses.
only, what's the badger's AC? I rolled a 12.
I'm sure that'll do. I'm sure that'll do. The Badger missed on his attack. Yeah, Badger's AC is 10. So, and Panther will attack Panther. Wolf, which I believe, I don't know, 14 to hit.
That barely hit.
Ooh, good. All right. So Panther gets 7 points of damage to Panther Wolf.
Panther Wolf's already dead, so do you want to do Jasper Wolf instead?
Yes, Jasper Wolf. Yep.
How much damage again?
7.
Okay. So Jasper Wolf is just is bleeding quite a bit. That panther just bit a huge chunk out of it. It's got blood leaking out of its mouth and nose and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then Badger Wolf grabs the badger and just shakes it like a chew toy, and then it just kind of looks confused as it realizes it's gone or whatever.
Yep.
You notice through the wind the Browncloaks are like pointing as the animal disappears. Like they're like that. And that's the wolf's turn. So now it's your turn, Jasper, and the panther.
My turn. Okay. My turn again. So I'll have Panther attack the Jasper one. Jasper
This is
Wolf.
getting confusing.
Panther,
Okay.
Panther will attack Jasper Wolf. Nothing could be more.
All right.
All right. Come on, Panther, do your business. Oh yeah, 16 on the die. So.
All right. It finishes it off.
All right.
I had 1 hit point left. So the panther just bites the wolf's throat, and you hear it yelp one more time, and then just fall to the ground.
So it's just the one that was over by.
So now there's Badger Wolf and Hargus Wolf, who we haven't really talked about yet.
Those two. And are they both still? Are they both engaged with me
They're
still?
like flanking you now, basically. There's one on each side of you.
Ah, boy, you still got these 2 bloody wolves to deal with. All right. Well. Bonus action, Spirit Guardians again, and I will. They're both in melee still, huh?
Yep.
All right.
They're both just biting at you, and the wind wall is keeping them at bay for now.
All right.
But...
One more Sacred Flame down on both of them.
All right. Fail. And 15.
Pass.
Okay. So fail and a pass.
Yep.
I swear every other roll is low, high, low, high. So.
All right. So for the fail, which hopefully is 10 points of radiant for the fail.
Ooh, okay. So Badger Wolf is heavily wounded from that.
Oh no.
And then Hargus Wolf.
Sorry, just the flavor.
Too many microphones in between the intent.
Oh,
Hargus Wolf dodges out of the way and is thus far completely untouched.
All right.
So,
well,
Hargus
is
still
it
going strong,
its turn next?
Nope, they just went, but it is the Panther's turn. Oh wait,
Panther
off,
went. Yeah, Panther finished off his buddy.
So it is the Browncloak's turn. Okay. Let's see. They are not doing anything for their turn. They're just kind of holding back. And Hargus, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to go straight for that guy with my sword.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I didn't see the range on this one. One of them does. One of them, you see the green bead of light, and it goes while focusing on Hargus, and suddenly the fly spell ends on you, Hargus, and you plummet down 20 feet and land flat on your face on the grass.
I can do that too.
Dispel.
You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage and fall prone, just flat on your face in the grass as it dispelled your fly spell.
Okay.
And the other two are just going to dodge for their turn. So now it's your turn, Hargus. Your face first in the grass. What do you do?
I'm still heading towards my guy, and well, I guess I got to get up and head towards my dude and dispel magic.
What are you dispelling?
Well, they got like several things going on, don't they? They've got the cloud.
There's just a wind wall in front of you.
Don't worry about the wind wall. Don't worry about the wind wall. It's not doing anything.
Okay, I'm going to go, as long as I'm heading towards, I'm going to throw Shatter again.
Well, you've got that one guy right in front of you. Are the other two within range of it?
Is he within range?
No.
I don't think those other two are.
The closest guy to you...
Just take out the one in front of you.
What's the range on Shatter? Because one of them is within 60 feet.
60-foot range.
I'm heading towards the one by himself.
Okay.
The other two are off the other side. If I can throw it at the other two, I'll do that.
Okay, the only one you can reach
is
the one off by himself.
Yeah, they're too far away.
Okay.
So Attack
In that
dude
case,
with your big sword.
Tasha's hideous laughter.
Okay. What's the save on that? Wisdom?
I believe it's a wisdom save, but I can look it up. I need to make better notes.
I heard they're revamping the D&D Beyond app. If you want to use that to manage your character sheet, that could be pretty
Yeah, somebody they sent me a leak, and Branbrek sent me a leak, and for some reason it wouldn't let me on it.
I think,
Yeah.
I'll have to try it again.
and this is
Then
just...
you can just look up the spell on your phone real quick. What'd you say, Jasper?
Yeah,
I said I think, and this is just me speaking as both a Luddite and a DM, but I still like doing just paper, and I think writing it up,
I like
it's the way I learned anything
Learn it.
in high school too, was by transposing my notes. Like, that's the only way anything ever stuck, and that's the way I
Yeah, if
remember
you
everything.
keep good notes, that's what I usually do. Is I
Yeah.
just put a little. Well, you know what I like is spell cards. Have you ever used those?
I don't. Yeah, I like my little crib notes that I do on the side. So I write all the
Yeah, I mean,
pertinent
if you,
details.
if you have that ready to go, that's fine. But otherwise, it takes a while. So
Yeah.
I like the spell cards. Just you prepare which ones you have, and then
I like the spell cards.
Yeah.
That'd be my next purchase, probably.
Spell card.
okay.
Well, the range on it's 30 feet, unfortunately.
And Tasha's?
So,
Josh, just use the after?
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so yeah, he's too far away. He's about 60 feet away. So
You have a
I guess
single target thing, don't you?
yeah. Anything else?
Sorry, I was kind of thinking I would do the shatter. He
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
threw me off my thing.
You've got... Did you take Phantasmal Force? You were talking about that one.
Yeah, Phantasmal Force.
You could...
And I haven't read on it at all. So, let me see.
I mean, that's a single
Basically,
target one.
You pick an illusion that only he can see.
Yeah. Intelligence.
There we go.
Intelligence save.
He likes wolves. How about wolves?
His own wolf
Okay,
attacks him.
like a
That
wolf
is
that's
true.
biting him.
At his throat.
Okay, intelligence save for this lone guy. Okay,
And I'm doing it with my heart. Oh, no, that's just on charm. It's at disadvantage.
yeah, exactly.
Sorry. I'm just feeling malicious. I really want these guys dead.
Okay, yeah, so that is in range, and he rolled a 15. What's your spell save DC?
I think it's 15.
Spell save DC. I believe it is 15.
Plus
Spell
4,
save.
probably.
Yeah, 15.
Nothing.
Okay, so he barely succeeds. Yeah, against the like he notices the wolf and just kind of shakes his head, and the wolf disappears.
Dang
He
it.
He didn't believe the illusion, and it faded away. Do you want to move at all?
Oh, I'm heading towards him as I do it.
Okay, so you spent half a movement standing up, but you are able to move 15 more feet. So you are 55 feet away from Jasper and a little bit closer to them as well. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, you're right in front of the wind wall, actually. So that's as far as you can go.
I'm going to invoke the light of my sword as I think that's a bonus action, and just as big as glow, just as attempt to distract him a little
Okay.
and make him weary.
And you, now that you're close to the wind, it's right in front of you, but it's about 1 foot thick, just this sheet of updraft right in front of you. It looks like it's not like super strong. Like you could probably push through it. So now that you're this close, you can tell it's not. If you were flying, it would be harder, but you can probably walk through it next turn. All right, it's the wolves' turn, and you've got Spirit Guardians up. So Wisdom saves.
Yes, sir.
So that is 12 and 5.
All right. Both fail. I'll just roll 1 damage for each of them, yeah?
Yeah.
Ooh, not bad, not bad. 17 points of radiant damage.
Ooh, okay.
The
So the bees just completely cover Badger Wolf, and you hear it yelping, and then it just falls over dead with tiny radiant stings all over its body. In like patches of hair missing, you see the little stings everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And Hargus Wolf tries to bite them off and stuff, but it's just like panting hard, like really, really livid from that alone. And it tries to bite you.
Mm-hmm.
No longer has pack tactics, so of course it rolls low. That's a 7 to hit, and so it's snapping at you, but it's just like it's just bleeding and sparking from all these stings from these horrid bees. That's the wolf's turn, singular. There's only one left, and now it's your turn, Jasper and Panther.
All right, Panther, we'll take a nip at him here. Come on, Panther, let's do some big damage. 16 to hit. And, full damage. 8 points of piercing damage on Panther's bite.
That finishes it off. So the second wolf, that Panther just tears apart, and it is dead. And there are 4 dead wolves in front of you now.
Oh, I'm glad I gave that kitty jerky.
Yeah. Jasper's very sad about this and shakes his head, wanting to help, but not being able to at the moment. He just sort of shakes his head and hopes that they might get better. The nearest one is 100 feet away, and the other 2 are 130 feet away. So Jasper's going to run his full movement 30 foot forward, and he will target the one by... No, he'll target the 2 far away, because that gets him within 100 feet of those other 2, and he will target those 2 and fire. He'll level his giant, or is not giant, his slim bow of nice shining wood, pull that string, and 2 glowing, golden, shimmering arrows, sparkling and looking like just like they'd explode with glitter on contact, start shimmering as he draws them back. And he fires off 2, one at each of the 2 that are farther away. On the first one, he'll use the clockwork amulet for a natural 18.
That one hits.
Okay, and on the second one, it's a roll, and he's got Hargus's inspiration if he needs it. Another natural 18. So
okay. Yep.
So
what are you gonna call these 2 farther away ones?
We've got mutton chops. We got mutton chops and pig nose.
Okay, you can't actually see their faces, but that's what you imagine they look like because they're such jerks.
Jasper's got really good. Jasper's got really good eyesight, even though he's not very perceptive. He's got very acute vision.
So even from here, you can see
his
their noses and
stupid mutton chops and his stupid pig nose.
And then so those 2 are human. The other one seems to be a halfling or a gnome.
Oh, the one by Hargus is a halfling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or a gnome or something. Yeah, you can't really tell.
Okay.
They're definitely short ones.
Well, then Jasper feels even better about shooting these 2 the farther away. He doesn't want to attack a potential gnome. He feels real bad about that. So, all right. So first guy, we'll shoot. This will be mutton chops damage coming first.
Okay.
Not bad. 11, 13, 14 points of radiant damage on mutton chops.
Okay.
And pig nose. 10, 15. 15 points of damage on pig nose.
All right.
And they're both...
Big nose or pig nose?
Pig.
Okay, got it. That's what I thought.
Pig nose, yeah.
Okay, so the 2 arrows. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. We got a wind wall here.
This is a magical spell. This is not an actual arrow, so I don't believe it'll have any effect.
Let me see if it just says ranged attacks or ranged... No, it just says ordinary projectiles. So, yep, you're good.
Yeah. So, thankfully, Jasper, just in time, switched over to purely magical attacks, or who knows, maybe it would have affected his janky attempts at firing actual things
I
at him.
think how I would have described it is the arrows go flying off, but then like these two bolts like
Continue.
glowing like heads keep going,
Yeah.
and he's like, "What? That was weird," you know. Just
Yeah, that would have been very apropos.
but yeah, they just go straight through the wind wall and just like fireworks on them. They're just like, "Oh!"
Nice.
And they are now glowing brightly.
All right.
This thing.
You know,
The next attack on them have advantage.
well, in that case, Jasper's going to bonus action, fire 2 more, and these are both going to be, as he pulls them back, there's a dark energy, a sort of necrotic energy smoking around them, and he's going to
Dirty
twin,
boy.
and he's going to twin a chill touch as well.
All right, you take the power of like rotting wood, and it's
Spider
the
venom.
power that rots wood and fight that. Just against them again, both attacks.
Same 2. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So
and roll
mutton
for
chops coming first. 19 to hit. Yep.
those. That hits.
And pig nose. Okay, that's lower. That's only a 16 to hit. How does inspiration work? Do I can use it after as it's looking like it's not maybe going to hit, or I forget.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's looking like it's not going to hit with the 16.
Maybe.
Maybe 16. I'll just use the inspiration. Why not? I want it to hit. So yeah, 22 to hit with the inspiration.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. They both just slam into them, and you just see, and this like the scent of rotting wood fills the air as it behind the arrows and stuff, and then they both hit them.
10 points of necrotic damage to mutton chops.
Okay.
And 9 points of necrotic damage to pig nose.
Okay. So they both just kind of slump as this rotting energy fills them, and they're just like, ugh, ah! But they're still standing. Look pretty wounded though. All right, and that's your turn. So yeah, 2 glowing arrows. Oh wait, you had advantage on
I
those.
did have advantage. Oh.
So roll one more time just in
So
case.
first
you,
one,
not need to use that.
first one hit like normal. We'll see if I needed my inspiration on the second one. 18 natural on that, so I still have my inspiration.
Okay, yeah. So you keep your inspiration.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Thank you. I forgot about my.
That was the reason you did that.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Glad
Forgot
we
about
remembered that. Okay, so you saved your inspiration.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, they just kind of homed in on that glowing area and then just replaced by darkness. And they're just like, just slumped from that necrotic energy.
Now, last question before we move on. I'm sorry. Does Hargus's inspiration allow me to add damage to the hit?
On weapon attacks, I think.
Weapon, but not spell, or
that Hargus. You can also use AC. So I can't remember if it might just be damage, like any type of damage, but you'll have to check that. So go ahead and check that Hargus to see your Bard of Valor inspiration.
Yeah, I think I can just add it to damage if I hit.
Yeah, it's AC. It might just be any type of damage. So, okay, so it is the Browncloaks' turns, and they, let's see, the short one is gonna walk over to the others.
And my last thing, sorry, my panther runs towards them, 30 foot towards them.
30 feet.
Maybe 40 foot. But yeah, runs towards them. I don't know if it needs to get behind the wall or not. But...
You can add a D6. Actually, you can add a D8 to your attack rolls.
50 foot, so my panther will run up and flank the halfling or gnome.
Okay.
With Jasper.
So 50 feet.
Yep.
It can move almost to the... Oh, it's going to dash, right?
Yep.
Okay, it can't quite make it because this wind wall is difficult terrain, and so it kind of slows down its hair blowing a little bit in the wind wall, and then it makes it through.
Okay.
And so it's just barely not far enough to get the halfling.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna assist. It's gonna assist Hargus as soon as possible.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so on the Browncloaks' turn, The halfling
Oh,
runs away
that's
from the panther that is
You
down
can add
there.
the dice to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Okay.
Okay, that's normal bards.
Voyage
But
word.
bards of valor get something else. Here, I'll just check real quick.
That's okay. We've already passed it, so I'll just keep it for my next to hit, so I have something
Right.
to hit.
Okay, but just so you know, combat inspiration, weapon damage roll it just made.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Weapon.
So
weapon
not
damage.
spells,
So not
but
spells.
weapon.
Okay, good to know.
Yep.
Good to know. Weapon damage.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Keep that in mind in case you need it.
Yep,
Okay. All right. So the Browncloaks, the halfling runs over to the other ones, and they kind of look over you, and you hear their voices. The wind wall disappears. The gale force winds just go, and you hear their voices say, "If the Tree Father really does watch over the wilds, then maybe he'll protect you from the spirit of the Greenheart." And they both raise their hands in the air, and you see this glowing, just like sparking circle appear ahead of them. And then the circle just sort of molds itself like clay and like swirling winds into the shape of a huge bear. And the bear just roars, and you see it like glowing. It doesn't seem like it seems like it's a spirit of some kind, but it's like glowing blue. And this just massive bear just stands in front of them and just roars and joins the battle.
All
So
right.
this giant bear, I'll go ahead and roll initiative for it.
Jasper screams out, "You bastards are an abomination!" And take him down, Hargus. Not the bear.
Okay,
Not
so
the bear.
it
They're
has
stupid
the,
Browncloaks. They're too big for their britches. Just,
Okay, so
get those guys
it is
first.
bigger. It is faster than Hargus, so it's going to go next. And
Agreed.
so let's see. It is there's.
These boards are
they
misguided.
we'll say they summon it at the 100-foot mark, and so it's going to just dash straight towards. Well, let's see. It's going to go straight for the panther because it can reach the panther. And
Biggest mistake of its life.
And it's going to just slam it with one of its claws.
Miss. Probably not.
That's a 27 to hit.
Just barely. If you.
And it takes
Probably enough.
16 points of bludgeoning damage.
The panther
Is it
just.
still alive?
No.
Oh, really? Okay. So you see the bear just go, and then the panther just disappears into dust. And you see the Browncloaks, and they're just like, "Your animals are abominations to our woods. They are not real. They are not sanctioned by the wilds. They have no spirits."
They were pretty cool.
You're angry.
They were pretty cool, actually.
And then let's see, it's going to move. That's as far as it can move, is basically to the 70-yard line, as it were. We're just basically measuring on a spectrum at this point because you're all different. But I can tell you how far away you are from different ones if you're curious.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the giant bear's turn.
Are we all? Is 0 still where Hargus and Jasper started? Basically, we call that 0 still. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's still a fine reference. So.
Also, the Browncloaks drop to the ground, like kind of laying low in the grass, trying to get away from your future arrows if you shoot any, because they do not want to get hit again.
Good to know. Let me check on that.
And this giant spirit bear is going to just charge towards them. Hargus, you're up. The bear is 10 feet away from you, and it is massive. It's a huge bear, just charging towards
Go
you.
for the druids first.
Yeah. What's the range on the druids? I have one I'm attacking.
They're all-
and one I'm hitting.
They all clump together.
You currently can't see them because the bear is in the way, giving them cover.
Hey,
it's a really big bear.
The one ran away from Hargus, so Hargus gets an attack of opportunity on that guy.
He wasn't within 5 feet of it.
Oh, okay, my bad. All right, so
Yeah, it was 100 feet away, and he was at 60 feet.
okay.
And so it was.
So where are they all
away.
clumped
now,
up? How far away from Hargus?
Now they're all at 130 feet away, lying prone in the grass.
So that's probably within range of 60 foot for Hargus, because he was pretty far up there. He was like 50 feet up.
Are you saying for like shatter?
For yeah, because that's what Hargus wants to do.
Yeah, you could do shatter if you wanted to.
Hargus?
That's what I'm doing.
Just drop a shatter right on those prone suckers.
I hope it hurts. I hope it stings their arse. Let me see.
Jasper, you hear a you have a feeling in your head that's familiar. It's a feeling that you feel quite often, especially when you're in the woods by yourself.
Damn it!
And it urges you to
not kill them,
to show these wayward souls the true power of the Tree Father.
Okay.
Because they might. So I don't know if you see Hargus started getting ready to just or something as usual.
Yeah.
Shatter thing. That's how you feel right now.
All right.
You have a chance to save some folks who don't understand the truth. So
Okay.
Just like, and you have a chance to say something if you want.
For, you can't do non-lethal magical spell shatter damage. Dang it. All right. In the last ditch effort, as Jasper feels this, he'll yell out, "Hargus, go for the bear first. I'm sorry."
I don't think I can throw shatter on the bear.
You could just shatter it like right behind it so it didn't hit you or whatever. But yeah, you
okay.
could.
All right. Oh crap! I just grabbed up my roll. I'll re-roll it. Dang it! It's actually going pretty good.
So that's a con save. It's a 20 for the giant bear. So it succeeds, but go ahead and roll half damage on that. But yeah, you see this this shattering thunderous energy just
22 points of damage.
Spectral hair of the bear.
Half of that would be 11.
11 points of thunder damage. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it doesn't seem to react that much. It was. Okay. Yeah. It succeeded, but still took damage. Okay, so that's your action. Anything else?
I don't know what I could do for a bonus action, except try to maneuver on the bear.
Yeah, do you want to move closer to the bear? It's 10 feet away from you.
I'll let him come to me.
Okay, so you're just standing your
Good
ground.
call.
Got it. Okay, Jasper, you're up.
All right.
And your panther's gone.
Jasper is displeased. He just wanted to get rid of these guys, but he's just going, all right, Tree Father, if that's what you want. He'll take a deep breath and yell out as loud as he can, "If you want to see who's more powerful, the Tree Father or your Greenheart, we'll see who the real god is here. And the Tree Father has my back." And he will cast a 4th level spell and start just swelling and growing larger and larger. And as he grows, his arms extend and bend over and start sprouting these spikes over him, and they hang down, and he transforms into an enormous praying mantis.
Nice!
Holy cow, okay. What is this?
And
Polymorph?
he transforms into the largest CR beast that he is able to, a CR7 beast.
Wow.
It might be called a giant ape in the book, but
Good to know.
but he transforms into that and
Boy loves his crickets.
and bellows out just and starts bolting towards the bear in a challenge of divine power. He runs 40 feet forward. He can't I don't think he can get to it, but he runs 40 foot up to it. That's his full movement.
That is you can move right next to. Oh no, that's exactly what you need. So you can engage with it basically.
All right, I'll engage with it. Get right up in its grill, and I can't attack because my action was to transform. But I'm right up in its grill. This enormous,
you
scintillating, green-skinned and green-shelled mantis. Just
okay. I'll say that you do. I guess. Let's see. What are praying mantises? Do praying mantises like? Would it still be bludgeoning the way they grab stuff? Like, I'm trying to think. Does it actually poke things? I'm gonna say that you can change that bludgeoning to like
to piercing or slashing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So just whatever, maybe piercing because like the spikes or something.
Yeah. Sure.
Whatever you think. Okay. So yeah, this giant. Jasper turns into this giant praying mantis that jumps right in front of you, Hargus. You're like waiting for it to charge in front of you, and then suddenly the praying mantis just comes and they start fighting. Okay, the Browncloaks are just going to sit there and watch in the grass, so they're pretty much out of the fight. Okay, the giant bear is going to attack you. The giant mantis. First, it's going to claw you, and that is only an 11 to hit.
It's
How many points of damage do you have, Jasper?
I am currently an enormous praying mantis, so it looks like this shimmering, glowing aspect of you don't know what. So you're just kind of like, I don't even know what to do with that, I'd imagine at the moment.
I'm a little stymied.
If you'd spared a glance for Jasper before this point, he looked, for lack of a better word, pristine.
Does it have a tiny red hat on top?
Yeah. The top spike coming off the head of it is got these red points. Yeah.
Yeah, and it reminds you of a gnome's hat.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Jasper right here. He's got a new trick up his sleeve. Okay, so it missed.
But the slog glances off the hide, glances off the carapace.
Okay. So yeah, just off of the carapace, and then it opens its mouth super wide and just tries to grapple onto you with its teeth. Mm-hmm. And that is that's a 26.
That'll hit.
So you take 21 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And you are grappled in its jaws.
Okay.
And restrained. Make a concentration check for your spell.
Where is my...
Is that a strength check?
The concentration's for my...
what? Constitution is concentration.
So my total for that is 11, which I believe with the 21 passes. Woo!
Yep, you're fine. But yeah, you are restrained and grapple. So it's pinning one of your arms in its jaws, so you can't effectively attack your restraint. But that is its turn.
All right.
And now it's Hargus' turn.
Okay.
Do I get a strength check to resist the grapple or something?
No, it's just if it hits, you're grappled.
If it hits, you're grappled, okay.
Yep, so you're grappled by its jaws.
Okay. Now, if I attack the bear, am I compromising the situation? Like, you understand? Would you desire me to help?
Oh, no, it looks like he needs help for sure. Like, you're not going to hurt Jasper by attacking the bear. In fact, it'd probably be,
attack the bear.
You could even try and pull its jaws off of him if you wanted to.
Do what?
You could also try and pull its jaws off of Jasper, but I mean,
just attack.
Oh, I'm hamstringing the thing. I got his back to me. I'm going to hamstring the Jesus out of him.
Okay, go
the
ahead.
big Tota out of him. 15 plus 4.
Yep, that hits. Roll damage.
No, sorry, remember I'm not using the flame sword. That's just plus 1 sword. So 3 plus 4, 7.
7
7 points of damage.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you stab and you feel the blade like go through several inches of fur and thick hide, but you do manage to stab into that. It's a very big bear, the biggest bear that you've ever seen, probably. Okay, Jasper, you're up.
Okay. I'm just going to make a couple of attacks against this thing. So my first pincer claw just sweeps down on the head as it's right in front of me there. Just.
All right, disadvantage because you're restrained.
All right, well that misses. I assume it misses. Does a 12?
Yeah, that misses.
All right, and my second attack with disadvantage. 12 misses. I would like to add my favored by the gods. Oh yeah, my inspiration. I still have inspiration. I forgot. Inspiration first. So 12 plus 5. 17.
Yes, that hits.
Nice. Okay. And then the second attack was 17 naturally.
17 damage?
No, 17 natural for the second attack with my other pincer, also with disadvantage.
Oh. Okay.
So does that one hit as well? I get two fist attacks. So I use my inspiration on the first one. The second one hit naturally. I get a +9 to hit. So.
What would you call that part of a mantis's body? Claw?
The claw, the mandible. Not the mandibles are up here. Yeah, they got the arms and they're like. Yeah, claw attacks.
I'm gonna look it up just for the.
It's got to be just claw attacks, I assume. So.
You think spells would affect this dude?
Tibial spines. That's what they're called.
What are they called?
Tibial spines.
Tibial spines. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's
so you make
interesting.
2 tibial spine attacks.
My two tibia attacks. All right.
Okay.
So the first one hits with a +6 to this, so 15. 15, 24 plus 6, 30 points of damage for my first attack.
Whoa. Okay.
The second one is a little bit lower, 11 plus 6, so 17 points of damage for my second attack. Just jamming these tibial spines into the neck of this spectral bear creature.
You're just squeezing, and it just digs into its fur, its spectral fur. It besides being like glowing in light blue in color, it looks pretty real, and it feels like a real like bear that you're just squeezing into and stuff. And so it definitely felt that and got wounded from it. So those are some nasty hits right there.
Can Jasper in this moment reach out with whatever speak to the animals thing he has just lately and try and connect with the spirit of this thing in any way? Not to necessarily stop combat, but to meet it as on equal terms in kind of the spirit realm or something. Can he?
I will say make a nature check.
Nature check? Okay. Come on, nature check. No. 8.
8. I will say, as you sort of try and connect in this way, you get the sense that this thing is not it's not fully natural. Like it's some embodiment of emotions more than it is than it is
very cool.
Something that you can connect with and stuff. And so you try to connect with it, and it just doesn't seem
like it's there. Like it's almost like there's nothing there to connect with. Okay.
Well, there is, but it's not a natural instinctual force. It's very human, and not human, but like emotional. You know? Like animals are not this emotional, and this one just feels like wrath incarnate.
Projected emotion. Okay, cool. Very cool.
Whoa, did the track end?
Maybe, yeah. We outlasted it. Oh man.
Man, I had been impotent in this game except to draw fire.
No, you took out some dudes. You're taking out some dudes.
Okay, let's try this again.
I'm going to try to throw reduce on him.
Oh my gosh.
Chances are he's,
Oh my gosh, that'd be hilarious.
immune or something, but it would be comical if all of a sudden he was in one of your pincers.
Oh my gosh, that would be
Okay,
so fun.
it is the giant bear's turn, and so it's going to.
Giant bear in a little.
All right, yeah, it's gonna. Let's see. Okay, it can't really attack you with its claw, but it's just gonna dig in with its teeth and just bite you some more.
That's fair. It's a sound tactic.
And you are restrained, so it has advantage.
Okay.
Let's see. Yep, with advantage, it hits you with a natural 19.
Okay.
So you take 20 points of piercing damage as it just bites you even harder. So make another concentration check, DC 10.
I'm getting by with the skin of my teeth on these things. That's a 12. 12. Ooh.
Yep, you're fine. And then it reaches out. It has enough movement with its body to look down at Hargus and just kick it with one of its back claws. Kick him, rather. So Hargus, that is another natural 19. That's a 27 to hit you, Hargus.
Does it have disadvantage to attack another target other than me?
No, but it can't attack you with its claws. It can just bite. So.
Okay.
Well, is that an attack of opportunity for you because he's turned his attention away from you?
No, he's still on me.
No,
he's still on me.
In his mouth,
he's just sparing a back paw for you.
It's just desperation.
Yeah.
Just desperation.
I was hoping to get you a
So
miss.
Hargus, you take 12 points of slashing damage as it claws you, and make a strength saving throw.
Oh, that's like the worst possible suggestion for me. Oh, 17? That's not bad.
Yeah, you're fine. Actually, that just barely succeeds. This thing just kicks you super hard in the chest, and it's just like, boom, but you just barely manage to stay up, and you feel maybe you get bruised ribs after this battle, but you're fine. You're still on your feet after all of this, and now it's your turn, Hargus.
Ooh.
I'm going to try to throw, out of desperation and anger, I'm going to throw reduce at it.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I'm going to, yeah.
All right. What kind of save is this?
I
don't remember.
Here, let me look here a minute. I think I have something to add to that.
Wisdom or con, probably?
Enhance.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I had it, and then I lost it.
Which I would do.
Reduce large 5e.
Well, I think I have an advantage with my sword to throws.
Attack instead?
No, I mean,
Okay, that's a
Con
I'm
save.
using my sword in combination with my instrument, and my sword gives me something.
Con save.
Let me look up the reduce.
It's con save. I found it.
Oh,
okay.
sorry about that.
Yep.
But
It's con save. So.
let's see.
I don't think there's
It gives me something. I'm sorry. I'm holding y'all
No,
up.
it's okay.
You can either
Sword,
attack twice.
long
You can either
sword.
attack twice with your sword, Hargus, or cast reduce. Up to you.
I'm casting reduce.
Okay. So do you have an incantation for this?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm
What's your
playing
song?
right now.
What's your song for reduce?
Well, you don't understand much of it because he goes into his Gaelic slurry, but you hear something like your bark is bigger than your bite.
Nice.
That's not great. 12. I think that fails, right?
I believe so.
That's a tiny spirit bear right there.
Okay, not tiny. It's still it goes about the size of a normal.
Yeah, half the size.
So you see it, and as Hargus starts singing, it starts shrinking, and you start enlarging in its jaws. And I'll say that you are no longer restrained. You're still grappled, like it's still holding you in place, but it's not. Its mouth is no longer big enough to like restrain you.
Who's restraining who, laddie?
And it has, if I'm not mistaken, it has disadvantage on strength.
Yeah. So
the sword gives me advantage on performance
checks.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Also, its attacks do 1d4 less damage.
Yeah. So its size went from. Did it start as
huge?
It went from huge to half of that, which is medium.
No, it just goes down one.
Down one size category. Okay, so from I'm still huge. Can it?
Yes.
Well.
Okay, so it's on me, but I can attack as normal. Right?
I know you love the bird.
Awesome.
The time to pull the wings off.
As it's shrinking, your arm kind of slips out of its mouth, so it's still holding on to like your neck or whatever. So you can't
advantage.
So you can.
And I think I can give you advantage again.
Yeah, you're no longer.
You could inspire me.
With that,
inspiration.
Targets, or give him inspiration again. It is Jasper's turn.
Awesome.
I'm giving inspiration again.
Beautiful.
Finish him, Jasper.
All right, first attack. First attack with my tibial spine coming at him. Come on,
nice.
let's see that nat 20. No,
your
only a 21 or 22 to hit. It's my praying mantis claws.
All right. Yep.
Second attack.
Gotta hold on to him so you can use the stabby bit.
I guess I'm not sure about Oh no, 17. 17 hits, yeah?
Yep, it does.
Yeah. All right, that's 2 more hits. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. All right, first one coming in at a +6 damage. 9. 16 plus 6 is 22 points of damage for the first one. On top of its neck. Second one coming down for a big hit. 22 points of damage for the second one. Just both of them pinned.
44 points of damage.
Yeah.
You want to finish
with the 2 pincers grabbing on the head, like anchoring it in place. It can't move if it wanted to now. The mantis head like goes and leans over just so uncomfortably sideways, and the 2 wheelie eyes on the side of the head zero in, and then the pincers come in and go and they just chew, and the head pops right off.
Well, it's not pretty, but it's effective.
And then as the head pops off, one comes to the side, drops the head. The second pincer leans off to the side, drops it, and with the rest of Jasper's movement, he comes up just full 40-foot movement sprint towards these ones and looms over them, screaming and billowing, just menacing intimidation.
I'm kicking him.
With that, as you're looming in front of them, the Browncloaks just look up at you in just absolute terror, and they all pull their hoods back, and you see these skinny, normal-looking people. They don't look, evil with black beards or like one eye or whatever. They just look like these. I mean, they do have beards. They're kind of scraggly, woodsy, that sort of thing. But they just kind of look up to you with absolute terror and confusion. And for the second time in the past day, but no longer to a stag, they bow to your greatness and they say, "We're sorry. The Tree Father is the true power of the woods. We didn't know. Please." And they just cower before you, and they're just like, please spare us.
Yeah.
I'm kicking some sense in them.
mandible snapping.
I'm yelling, stop resisting. May the power of pain compel you.
They're not resisting. They're just begging for their lives above this massive praying mantis.
Jasper will drop the mantis form, just comes to a stop. Like probably the first time he's ever really done it after so much prayer and reflection. Just have a moment of shaking his head, just looking.
Can't believe that happened. Yeah.
All right. We need to have a long talk. And I'll explain to you the true nature of the wild. And
the mutton chops. Mutton chops looks up to you and he says, "It turns out that you are harbingers after all, harbingers of the truth that we've lost for this long."
And I'm not kicking.
Hargus, it's okay. They stop. They give up. Hargus comes running up, boot raised. No. Yeah.
And they just keep bowing to this little gnome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can thank the generosity of nature for that no nut kicking.
All right. Yeah, pretty quickly, Hargus will. Hargus, I keep doing it. Pretty quickly, Jasper will, get him to sit back. Like let's go into the forest. Let's go. I know you've got the, idol to the Stormwarden out there. Let's go take a look at it and see what's going on. You fellas might be on a path. You just might have gotten a little lost on the way. So let's try and figure out what's going on here. All right? And
you need any healing?
No, I'm all right. I thank you very much, Hargus. But I appreciate that.
I think you're the only one who got seriously hurt, Hargus. You got bit and clawed quite a bit. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and the belly flop on the ground didn't help my dignity at all.
The swan dive.
Your ankle still kind of hurts more.
Get rolling in the ground.
Yeah. Jasper will be interested in, and just kind of talking to him, just like, you guys have obviously discovered some ability, and it's not wrong necessarily, but let's figure out the source of it for one, because we found the source of power is very important, and there are some sources of power that seek to draw good intentions off a true path. So let's find out, one, where your source of power is coming from. Secondly, during that combat, I was ready to kill you. He ditches conversation. Misty steps as quickly as he can, tries to heal the wolves to see if there's anything he can do to heal any of the wolves with. He'll just pop a cure wounds in any of them to see if they were, just a bite. Maybe they're slowly bleeding out. As soon as that's over, trying to help them. I don't know if any of them could be saved.
I'm gonna make death saving throws for all of them.
Yeah. Trying to save.
I'll see if any of them manage to save 3 times.
Yep.
You guys do it too, just for the sake of efficiency.
Okay, I'll do. We got Jasper,
Panther Wolf,
right?
And you do your own individual work.
All right, make death saves for Hargus, Wolf, Hargus.
Yeah,
the wolf.
I can throw aid for him.
Yeah, there you go. See if they survive. Make death saves. Oh, that's 1 fail. That's 2 fails. Oh no, 1 pass.
I need to roll?
1 pass. 2 fails. 1 pass.
Badger Wolf got 2 failures, 2 successes, and then a success. So that one's okay.
I rolled a 15.
Okay, that's 1 pass.
That's
do 2 more.
Yeah, keep rolling. Yeah, keep rolling, Hargus.
Need
until you get 3 over
10 or over
9 or
15.
Oh, 2 passes. Come on, 1 more pass.
And 13.
Awesome. Okay.
So Hargus Wolf is fine, and I'll roll for. Is yours fine too? Is Jasper roll?
I've got 2 fails and 2 saves. And
that's what happened with mine.
So I don't know. There's 1 more to go, and I'm gonna.
Okay, you're gonna save it.
I'll save it for last.
Okay.
I can throw aid on all 4 of them.
Panther Wolf rolled a natural 20 on the first one, and so Panther Wolf, you see him kind of limping around, just sort of broken legs, that sort of thing, but just sort of still visibly alive, trying to just whimpering. But go ahead and roll for
This is the last
Jasper
one.
Wolf.
Last one. Come on, natural 20. I'm using the green. So it's doing another natural 20. 10. Oh, 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 oh.
That could not have been closer. 2 fails, 2 successes, and a 10.
I failed. I did fail, pass, and then I waited.
And then 10. It cannot get any
Woo!
more.
So we save all
close
the
than
wolves.
that.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that one takes some time. Like you have to give it CPR basically. Just trying to get its heart beating again, but it's just on the cusp of death, and you barely save it.
It's like mid-conversation, Jasper remembers, like, oh crap, and just bolts over there and starts trying to save all these wolves, jumping back and forth, pumping cures into them and stuff like that, bandaging up, and yeah.
Okay, the druids use cure wounds on you, Hargus, with their apologies, so they heal you fully as well. And then they come over and see that you healed their animals and stuff, and they just further recognize that you have a divine power from the wilds as well. They say, like, we were deceived. We thought that beasts and the spirits of the beasts were the only aspect of nature worth worshiping. We studied the tracks and entrails of beasts, looking for guidance. We studied the flight patterns of birds and that sort of thing. And he's just like, but it appears that there's more to nature than just the strong preying on the weak and stuff like that. It seems like they had an idea of nature that was just purely bleak and like bloody,
not the
but you
good starts in the wild house.
This like little images of like flowers and stuff blooming on the wound before it disappears, and they get this sense of the wilds that they never thought about before.
Yeah, Jasper will be like, you can't mistake, the ways of nature and the wild to be the ways of good versus evil. They don't have good and evil. The bear will kill whatever it comes across to eat. That's not good or evil. That's just a bear that wants to have food. And it's up to those of us who have a sense of good and evil, those of us who know that it's wrong for a bear to walk into a person's house and kill mother and child and eat their babies. That's what we of sound mind and consciousness, that's what we're here to protect and to preserve the balance of both wild nature and the realms of civilization. We're not here to demolish one and preserve only the other. We're here to make sure that they can both exist and protect where we can, always. But the onus of being good or evil falls upon you every time, and your actions will always be those of good or evil against the individuals that you encounter in this world. So you can't just give it up and say you're a wild animal and so you don't have any conscience or will. And this is the Tree Father will protect nature, and it will protect rampant destruction and the destruction of waste and violence. But you can't decide that you're going to be that object of senseless violence and divorce yourself of any moral culpability just because you say that's nature's way. That's not nature's way. And that may be the way of a dumb animal, but it's not the way of a thinking man. And we're thinking men here, so there'll be none of that. And just going on.
And the halfling is a woman. So.
Oh, and women too. It works for. I mean, she should know, really, honestly. You lot start out much smarter than us for this sort of thing. But yeah.
By the way, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just kind of going on, and he'll expound, the tenets of the Tree Father. Preserve wild nature wherever possible, and keep things as separate as. I'm sure these guys like camping, so he encourages that. But they shouldn't be pariahs feeding off a local village. They shouldn't have to come in town and to beg. The Tree Father should teach them how to provide for themselves and to be
Did you
self-subsistent.
been intimidating these villagers? Because I got my foot reared back.
Yeah, I think there was some of that going on, but they were definitely just like going around begging, which, that's not, we should be, as, representatives of the Tree Father, we should be providing for those around us and encouraging the wild growth and that sort of thing. So, but
By that
We,
way,
we thought
strong
that
I sang for the bear. I went to the meadow and guess what I saw? A tiny bear saying, "Let's get it on." I said, "Hey, what's going on?"
tiny bear song.
Sorry,
Nice one.
it
Nice one.
needed to be sang.
they say the female halfling says we thought that the encroachment of civilization into the wilds was evil, but it turns out it's just human and halflings' way of using the land to their benefit, getting the bounty from the earth and using it for food.
Yeah. And
This village has been hungry because of us. Now that we realize what we've done,
Well,
we encourage them to eat of the wilds like beasts, but eating of the ground and farming is it not bad to do?
well, you have to remember, yes, there are those of us those predators and those creatures that eat purely of the beasts, and the wolf and the panther,
The cricket.
the cricket, for instance. But for every wolf out there are 100 or 200 deer or squirrel or simple field mouse that feeds on what grows from the earth, plants and such. So if a man can grow what he needs to subsist and have a smaller number of animals that he keeps along with that, then that's just the way of nature itself too. You can't be all alpha predators out there killing everything for meat. That just doesn't work. That doesn't work. There's a big base of plants that the plant eaters eat, and then the meat eaters eat that. And thankfully, we as thinking individuals have the ability to choose which of those we rely on and to take it in moderation for both ends. We don't have to choose just one of those things. It's obviously not the way. The fact that we can eat both of them and be happy is, quite the obvious sign that we're meant to partake of both.
Yeah, and the more you talk to them, the more you realize that they're misguided members of this ancient society that probably goes back to the dawn of intelligent races that just hunted and gathered, and they thought that was a way for a spiritual reason as opposed to like necessity. And you explain
Right.
that there's still natural ways to do this, that there are you don't poach and you don't like clear cut
No
forests,
wasteful.
burn them down just because, but there's like other needs and stuff, and it takes some time, but they believe you. They've seen with their own eyes like the power of the Tree Father, and the Tree Father, you can feel him influencing their minds and tweaking their perceptions and forgiving them for like just being just blindly following these traditions that had no basis in anything spiritual.
Yeah, very cool. He'll go through the basic prayers to the Tree Father and stuff like that he learned from his book at a young age, that sort of thing, and just kind of teach him, hopefully get him on a path towards connecting to that force that
the closest temple to the Tree Father is White Fork. Did we say there's one in White Fork?
Yeah, I would assume there would be. Yeah.
There's probably at least a shrine or something.
Yeah.
And they all resolve to make a pilgrimage there.
Yeah, which again, I think, like, Jasper would say, like, that's great for going to meet the other clerics there. They'll probably have a great bit of other wisdom to impart to you, and I think that's a good thing to do. But remember, you look at that forest there. Every tree is a shrine to the Tree Father. So all you need to do is really seek him out, and he'll meet you there under every tree you find. So
they're like, they look over at the woods and they're just kind of like, we're afraid that those woods will claim our senses again if we depend mainly on that. We need more guidance. Unless you're willing to teach us more of how to discern whether it's, you know, where the line stands between our, you know, the traditions of bloody nature and your truths of the healing powers of nature and the balance.
Yeah.
We're not sure if we can.
Well, tell you what.
Trust our own senses.
Yeah. Tell you what. Hargus and I are going to White Fork next on our journey. That's where we're going to meet up with some other friends in White Fork. Would you like to come with us, and we could all travel there together and go to the temple? I'll introduce you to the local clerics there, and you can spend some time at that temple and learn from them as well.
They look around at each other and just like nod, and they're just like, yes, we accept. Thank you very much, Harbinger.
Well, Jasper will do nicely for now. But great. All right. Well, hey, why don't let's go take a look at that statue. I'm a bit curious. It had something going on with it, right? It seems to have been there for a while.
They're like, that statue must be a thing of evil. That's where we learned our powers from.
Okay. All right.
We always felt more powerful near it. It urged us to give in to our animalistic instincts, and it enraged our wolves, and we thought that was a good thing. We'd rather not go back until we know more about the Tree Father.
Absolutely. No, very good point. Okay, tell you what, why don't you wait here by the lake? We have a nice little campsite down there that we stayed at, and I'm just going to go get a feel for it and see if it is a thing of evil or if it is just sort of more of a misunderstood. And then we'll meet up back here later this evening. We'll have ourselves some cricket cakes for dinner, and then we can be on our way tomorrow.
It's only about a 20-minute walk to the statue.
Right, yep. Yeah.
Will you spend the rest of the day there, or?
Not sure. If it's a quick thing, I'll be there and back again, no problem. If it takes a bit longer, then don't get worried about me until it starts to get dark.
Okay, because it's 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You remember.
Oh, right.
Like
That's right. I forget.
Dawn, so.
That was a very fun combat. Yeah, we'll
Okay,
probably be back in just a bit.
I pull out some dry goods and some jerky, flask of water, and a flask of wine. I say, here, while we're gone. Oh, I'll pull out my helmet. I'll say, here, while I'm gone, make some stew so we can eat when we get back.
Yeah, come on. We'll have a nice stew. We'll all get to talk. I'll learn about where you're all from, and we can all talk about family and stuff and that sort of thing, since we're all on the same path now. So let's, we'll be back in a bit. Don't worry about it. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
Do you know how to start a fire?
Down by the water there. If you can get any
Just
fish.
bundle your doggies.
Yeah, if you can get any fish.
I don't know how to make stew, but we know how to start a
Sweet
fire.
mother.
Oh dear, all the things
Just
we
pour
have.
it all in the pot.
Do you know how to fish?
What?
The helmet. He means.
Oh, you give him a helmet?
Yeah, he's got his.
That's what I've been cooking stew in.
Oh, okay. They can figure it out then. They didn't have a pot.
Somebody's welded legs on it, and
They
he's
don't seem
just
to have any
over.
worldly possessions except their brown cloaks. That now that you get pretty close to them, stink pretty.
A little
bad.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty. Nasty,
I've been backpacking with guys like that. Guys like that. I know how it works.
Yeah, just really old furs that weren't tanned very well, and just probably never washed. Yeah, so.
All right.
Anyway,
Okay. I'll give him a soap and a sock and say, here, figure this one out while you're gone, too.
A what?
A soap and a sock.
Okay.
It's not for eating. There's your hint.
Yeah.
They're like, we know what it is.
We remember.
We were things, but
You just opposed
in
to
the,
it, I suppose.
in the
it's time.
More of your religious convictions, I'm sure.
Okay. It's a lot easier in the daylight to find your way. You start seeing those willow knots on the trees and stuff, and they eventually lead to that statue. And in the light, you can see it a little bit, a lot better. Obviously, it doesn't seem to be glowing now. It's completely, in shade from the canopy of the forest. But yeah, you can see just a crude centaur, and now that you look at it, it doesn't look as much as a centaur as something else. It's like half elf and half deer. It's not really it looks much more fey-like than a centaur, because it's not really a horse bottom. It's got like a deer tail,
Yeah.
and then the head itself has pointed ears like an elf and antlers, all very crude and stuff. And you almost miss these details, but you can tell the intent that went in to its creation and stuff. And yeah, you examine it, covered in vines. It's a peaceful clearing. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary at this time, but it doesn't seem to be glowing like it was last night.
Well, oh no, I don't do that. Oh, because I haven't been to Copenhagen yet, so I don't have...
What does it look like?
Do you want to stop by here on your way back? Is it this big of a...
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on... So, Hargus, do you have any sort of ability to detect magic like Flint was able to do? Were you able to see magic when it exists? Do you know how... Are you able to do that?
I just recently figured out dispel magic, so no, it's not not something I've looked into.
Can Jasper just pore over the statue and look for any arcane sigils or runic writing that he might be vaguely familiar with from his schooling days in Copenhagen?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
But in the light of day, now that I can get a better look at it, does it look familiar to me? I guess Arcana or knowledge.
No, like you've never heard of this. It's very interesting to you, and you want to now that you know about this thing, you want to look up more about the Stormwarden. But this seems to be a very old myth that isn't talked too much about. Like even followers of the Tree Father don't even talk about the Stormwarden much. It's just been a couple of old stories that weren't that interesting or something. It's like, don't cut down forests or the Stormwarden will come or something.
Yeah.
It isn't even that well known enough to have like a saying attached to it or anything. It's almost like a myth, like just a kind of a myth. But this seems like some sort of idol for it. What'd you roll on investigation?
So if it's an investigation on a magic item, my new book gives me advantage for like an Arcana check.
No, this isn't really an item per se. Like that was
the statue.
I think Dustin meant actual items.
Okay.
Of, that were crafted that you can tune to and stuff like that. So this is just a statue that isn't.
So in that case, it
was written about in an arcane book.
Okay, in that case, it's only a 13.
13. You do find a couple of carvings in it. You're not sure what they mean. Yeah. They definitely look intentional, but you've never seen their like before.
And is that stone that was held in the hand, is that loose?
No, it seems part of the statue.
Part of the statue, okay.
Now that you're looking at
it.
They carved fingers around it, and then,
All right. I can't really get anything from it, Hargus. Any insight onto what this is?
It has no familiarity to me. I don't recall. Okay. For some reason, there's a whisper of it in the back of my head, but I can't draw it out. Okay. Perhaps by the time we come back, I'll have the knowledge to see what kind of magical aura I can detect on it or something,
Sure,
but
yeah.
for now I don't have it.
All right. I'm just gonna have a little prayer here and then be on my way, and we'll see. After that, we'll probably just head back, and I'll just go down and just have a little prayer meditation time with the Tree Father and see if, just trying to see if there's any direction for what he would like me to do with this particular thing. Since I just got the guidance to save those fellas, maybe he's got any input on this particular item.
That is one thing I will do while we're sitting here. I'll get my harp out and my sword, and I'll attempt to reconnect like I did in the temple
Oh, yeah.
with the forest, and maybe ease some of the negative energy that's been
Oh, yeah.
collecting around this place.
Good call.
Because the statue obviously is doing something.
Yeah.
Okay.
If nothing else, channeling ill temper.
Okay, as you guys are sitting in meditation with that pleasant music, to accompany it from Hargus's harp, Jasper, you're right next to Hargus and stuff, but you hear something stomp on a stick behind you.
Look over my shoulder quickly and start pulling.
Nothing there.
Nothing there?
You look there and you don't see anything.
Hello? Hello? Because I know invisibility exists now. Start drawing. Hello?
Dispel magic.
Oh.
There's nothing to target. You look around. There's nothing here. You see like a squirrel on the side of a tree, but not really in the area that you heard the stomp. And a squirrel couldn't, it felt like a foot. It sounded like a foot just angrily stomping on and crushing a twig.
I asked the squirrel to come closer. Hey, buddy, could you come here for a minute? In the language of squirrels.
Yeah, it comes to you.
Yeah, I give him a couple little nuts.
I rolled a 23 altogether performance.
Scrooge it
and
behind
attempting to, do my thing.
Okay, you perform very well. The place definitely feels pretty calm for the most part.
All right, buddy, off with you. There you go. Off you go.
It darts off, and
all right. I'll resume.
It's not.
I'll resume my prayer for a bit, and.
Okay, you start praying again, and you hear just off to the right. Like Hargus is on your left, so it wasn't him. It's off to the right into the woods, and you hear another just stomp.
I'll just keep going, eyes closed, continue to pray.
You hear in your ear something that just goes.
Hargus.
I'm going to give Jasper inspiration.
My eyes closed. Hargus.
Yes, lad.
Is there anything by my ear?
Which
side is it on?
You start hearing. It's on the opposite side of Hargus, so your right side.
Slide my eyes over.
Right side. So just
you don't see
slide
anything.
my
eyes
over.
closed. I just
not that I can see.
Poke.
You kind of poke in that direction, and it shifts over to behind you, and you just hear. It sounds like some kind of
primal,
horrible growling beast just right behind you, just growling, and it's just getting angrier and angrier the more you pray.
Okay. Yeah. I'll stop after that. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as you stop praying, the growling just stops. And goes away.
Oh boy, this place is creepy.
You're not
what Jasper's so jittery about.
I think I'll just say something like, I tell you, if somebody doesn't adjust their behavior, we won't anchor to this place.
I think for now we keep folks away, and hopefully. I think this might be like an old. Do you remember the cave, the shadow cave?
Yes.
I wonder if this is like a place like that. You said the Stormwarden was a fey spirit, yeah?
Yeah. Like that's definitely what it looks like.
Yeah.
It's got fey features, like the
Yeah.
long pointy ears
Yeah.
and just sort of a like angular
Right.
appearance to it.
Yeah, so
But
yeah, I wonder if maybe
Would Sylvan help us here?
what's that?
Sylvan? Would Sylvan help us here?
No, you remember how in the cave there was like I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe that was a weak spot between the planes that eventually opened up. Spooky cave entered into the shadow plane. Maybe this is a weak spot to a different plane that hasn't quite torn open or something.
Who knows what gods walked this place before we set foot here?
Right? Yeah, that too.
And some of them linger on, and like the statue.
Yeah. I wonder if the temple over in Whitefork, if they know any more about this Stormwarden fellow you mentioned. So maybe we can ask them and see what's up. But for now, I mean,
It would be prudent.
Yeah,
I don't think that we should leave this forgotten unless it starts
no.
mentioning.
Yeah.
Obviously, it has some influence over this place.
Yeah. Let's.
It may just be alone and bitter,
Yeah, maybe that too.
having been discarded and abandoned for so long.
Right. For now, maybe we take our wayward little goats over to better pasture. And
All right, I'll pull out a cushion for you.
yeah, all right, let's get moving.
okay. So do you head back to White Fork?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. You come back. The
Browncloaks
did their best to make stew out of jerky and dried berries and wine and water. They're not sure what the appeal is for that, but they
Tried veggies, but yeah.
they trust you, basically, both of you implicitly, and so they're just like, okay, if this is real food. When you head off, and they insist on walking on foot. Like they're just like, this is a pilgrimage. This is we need to walk on foot to this place where we'll find the truth and stuff. And so a little bit slower maybe, but you managed to make it there in the afternoon to White Fork.
Are they super weirded out if I start busting out animals every morning with my dust mites?
They definitely are like jarred by it, like, because they thought that they worshipped animals basically, right. And so to see them pop out of little yarn balls that you throw on the ground, they're completely, you kind of have to explain that they're not real animals, that sort of thing, and you explain that the stag wasn't one and everything, but they still don't quite seem convinced. They're still just confused at how how it can look like a real animal but just be a construct, I guess.
I'm trying to think.
Before we get to the city, I'm going to try to get another meal in.
Cook another meal for him?
Yeah. I'll do it this time.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, teach him how to...
Yeah, for lunch, you definitely
You really got to teach him how to cook, Hargus. That is like point number one, because they need some guidance, good sir. Hargus is a wizard.
It's amazing what
some
dried vegetables...
They're like, we know how to roast meat, but should we swear off meat? It feels like the flesh of beasts has only brought us wrath. We've subsisted mainly on berries and meats and roots. Is there other foods that we can...
Yeah.
Your understanding of nature, you must understand that in all things, balance is everything.
It's quite
balance and karma.
Yeah.
And that is nature. That is what nature has given us. And if we forget those things, we've abandoned wisdom.
Balance is definitely something that Something we completely misunderstood.
I mean,
If the
really,
world's overrun an area, they have to abandon it.
right. Really, the
You
only
haven't
thing,
even learned from the very things you claim to follow.
the only thing you should just really just cut out entirely is refined sugars. There's just no need for them. I mean, really, it's just this.
That's true.
You know, I suppose maybe if you've got a once a year sort of thing, you could just indulge with some candies or something like that.
It's
Really,
the
just
poison of civilization.
if you're
What
into the
sugar?
if you're
You
into
mean like honey?
no honey's nothing. That's nothing compared to
No,
yeah
it's bee poop, but that doesn't bother me.
yeah. Actually, it's bee vomit, Hargus.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, see, you learn something every day.
Right, a little bit different. But no, it's just stay away
Comes
from
out
the
the
refined
sweet end, not the
sugars,
sour
and
end.
you'll be fine. You gotta go to Copenhagen for that kind of garbage. You're not gonna find that in your average town.
Yeah, the naturally produced candies and stuff is only found in Copenhagen.
Yeah, the dwarves have no interest in refined sugars.
They don't like sweet
No.
stuff anyway. They like a nice
Not
bitter
card.
Yeah,
beer.
they've got
You know.
they've got refined bitters in Volkstadt. No refined
Yeah,
sugars.
they would be like,
Ooh.
that is no.
I'm calling up mead.
That's-
Mead in the cup.
This thing tastes like a fairy threw up in my mug. What's the matter with you lot? It's like a unicorn had diarrhea. Oh, that's terrible.
Hey, it's medicinal.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh yeah, we'll truck over to White Fork and go on to the next phase of our journey.
All right, and next time we have a chance. That worked out nicely since Dustin couldn't make it.
Yeah,
anyway.
gosh, I hope he's okay. Gee whiz.
Yeah, I want to know what's
You have a
wrong.
busted pipe or
It sounds like it was flooding.
Sounded like a busted pipe situation. Yeah,
Wow.
Hope not.
no
That
good.
sucks.
Anyway, for that
There's the
quest,
port.
which man, that was a really fun quest, and that is
What fun.
the magic of D&D because that all just came because you rolled that stag. Like I looked up the giant stag thing and it said that they're extremely rare and that people see them as omens. And
Omens?
stuff like that. I just went with it.
That's
and this
amazing.
whole
That was awesome, dude.
which could be a hook for the future.
Yeah.
That statue.
That was
So
such an amazing bit of what I assumed of as total DM improv. That was awesome,
I mean,
dude.
I've got a huge list of ideas, and I like mark them every time I actually use them in the game, that sort of thing. And so that was some of the inspiration, but I mean,
That's awesome. That was great.
The whole basis of it was just because you rolled an 8 when you came in on a giant stag, which is so cool.
Yeah.
I love when D&D takes a life of its own like this.
Oh man, no, that was fantastic.
Yeah,
Oh, those are some of
That's so
the
much
best moments.
because you it served the tree father, I'll give you another piety point.
Oh man, yeah, awesome.
Sweet.
And so I
You'd be
think,
an even bigger critter.
let me see how many points you have, because that might have been just enough to get to the next benefit. Okay, nope, you just need 2 more piety points.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Jasper's just doing his thing.
Yeah,
And
but that's great. That was a good. That was definitely a service for the tree father, leading
some new folks to him.
wayward souls
Yeah.
and stuff. So yeah, you could definitely come back to this statue in the future,
Yeah,
and then
good
they
little hook.
bring them to White Fork. You introduce them to the clergy there, and they sort of take them in as pilgrims.
Sure.
Um,
I mean, they're not
so-
nothing. I mean, just to have them come about their druidic, kind of nature magic just on their own like that. That's not nothing. So.
Yeah, and I mean, it was passed down from them, but I mean,
Right.
their whole, not cult, but like little
Sect.
society, I guess.
Yeah.
Their little sect of druids was dwindling. I mean, there's only 3 of them left.
Right. Yeah.
They had learned from a long line of them and stuff, but they'd just been struggling for a really long time. And
which is probably what pushed them out of the forest to finally interact with Mornblossom to begin with.
And so they kind of tried to guide this little village or something that kind of
a little awry.
Really joined in some ways because
some interesting insight into kind of a lost relic of druidic civilization in this area, though, because that's something we haven't encountered. This is the first vestige of the leftover druids from...
Besides the druids in...
Mornblossom?
Mornblossom.
Yeah, and
whatever they were worshipping, you can tell it definitely wasn't the green heart.
Yeah.
Like the real
heart, some malevolent face.
Lots of villages that worship the green heart just fine, and it's just like a philosophy more than anything else. Something that they were worshiping was not the green heart.
I mean, if they were truly ancient, who knows how, or if they were kind of recruited, like swayed by whatever is behind that part of the woods. There's no telling how they're either what secrets they've forgotten.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, or maybe
what else is hidden out there.
Maybe there's like a for lack of a better term, maybe what other people consider the green heart is kind of the whitewashed, impotent version, the leftover memory of what once was an actual powerful force, but was sort of like this more malevolent, aggressive force that used to exist. And the green heart was like more in line with what these weakened ones remember or something. We don't know. Yeah.
That could be it.
Yeah.
Some people may be worshiping the Tree Father and calling him the green heart.
Right. Like Jasper thought at the beginning, like maybe this is just another,
it might just be, ancestral nature spirits in some other places. Like there's these different belief systems that may have overlaps and stuff. But whatever this specific sect was worshiping was not.
Well, I touched on some aspect of that when we were talking in world building about in the gods and their aspects, and they're truly ancient and have served man and other intelligent beings for all that time. How have they transformed themselves, and what aspects do they have that modern man's forgotten?
Yeah.
Maybe this is part of the Tree Father.
Yeah.
And it's just more primal.
Yeah. And I got to bust out my polymorph, baby.
I know, right? That was sassy.
When you talked about passing up polymorph, I had to bite my tongue, Hargus. I was like, one of the best spells in the entire game. Just so much fun, just the RP potential, and I was so excited to bust out my giant praying mantis form that I knew he'd be taking, and.
Well, I really struggled because I really wanted you to enlarge. I think the imagery would have been better, but I think it was pretty more effective to make him smaller.
Yep, for sure.
So
that was a lot more fun.
The one thing to remember is that you get the stats of your new
intelligence. And
so you have to.
Yeah, I don't do any clever things. That's for sure.
You're just gonna lose your mind and just be a fly for an hour or something.
Yep.
But that was really cool and. Really perfect time to use it for the first time.
Really good timing,
absolutely.
With the Tree Father encouraging Jasper to convert these guys, and they obviously respected kind of displays of power more than anything.
That was definitely Jasper's moment.
That was really good.
Don't mind me.
Yep, that was really good timing.
I'll just be lying over here.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you maintained conversation. That would have been so
if I lose it right away.
Like chomp, and you're just tiny.
It didn't work out well. That's one thing that's great about being a sorcerer is that you get proficiency in Constitution saving throws. It's very, very nice for that.
I think I'm really glad they did that because sorcerers don't have a ton of things that make them unique, but that's one of them that I think is really
nice.
Good.
Really nice. Yep. So. Well, cool. I wasn't sure when I was going to get to bust out that polymorph. I thought it might be a few sessions, but it was too perfect to not bust it out right there.
Yeah,
That was too
awesome. I'm sad Dustin missed
I
that
know,
part,
I
but
know.
I mean, he would have been an observer the whole time anyway, or maybe I could have given him some.
That's right. I keep
Random
forgetting that
sidekick or
he's not with us during this time. So
yeah, that was really fun.
well,